Hello everyone and welcome to episode 2 of Disco Elysium. We did episode 1 really just the day before yesterday, and to be blunt, I've been jonesing to play it ever since. As we don't always use the tweet feature from Streamlabs, just because sometimes it feels like that might... Anyway, today I did, and one of the things that we noted in it is, have you ever played a game where you have so little idea what you're doing that almost anything feels like a victory? That's what this game feels like. I know generally what we're trying to do, which at the moment is get a body down out of a tree, but I don't yet know what mechanisms there are to pursue that, or how to avoid freezing to death in the gutter tonight. So with that, I also feel like this game is going to really benefit from at least having some sort of very quick recap at the beginning of each episode. So for anybody that missed our first adventure in Disco Elysium, we played for about 4 hours, and during that time we became acquainted with a not particularly in shape or attractive detective who was waking up from being hungover. It turned out that he was on site to investigate a murder of someone who was found hanging from a tree outside it's like a cafeteria / inn. It's very unusual. And apparently for several days had been getting raging drunk, violently smashing up the place, and content warning, I should probably put this out there right now, content warning for self-harm and possibly for sexual assault imagery, which we'll get to in a moment. He was also running around threatening to kill himself and putting his gun to his head and telling the other patrons at the cafeteria that he was just going to end it all, and then he would go upstairs and pass out. And coming out of that, we have all sorts of objectives, including getting the body down out of the tree. I assume figuring out who it even is, because I have no idea who has been murdered. When we went outside, there were a couple kids out there, one of whom, and again, content warning for a sexual assault discussion, one of the kids who thought it would be funny to accuse my character, the detective, of trying to sexually molest him. And it was very clear they did not believe this was happening, that he was doing this to damage the detective and his reputation. So that's a whole thing that happened. I feel like I wanted to bring some of these things out because these themes, I feel like I can sort of roll with what this game is throwing out there, but I want to make sure that other people are aware of what's coming in. So the kids are not going to help get the body out of the tree, and I feel like we've probably got about 6 hours of in-game time. There's a quasi-real-time clock that's happening, and if we don't have a place to stay tonight, I don't know what happens. I don't know if the character just freezes to death on the sidewalk, or if he can survive overnight without any sleep or a warm roof over his head, because we're not allowed to stay at the inn unless we can raise, I think it's 130 real, something like that. So we need to get about the business of earning some money and also investigating the murder, which is why we're even here. So, hello to More Than a Mia, and with that kind of meandering recap of what came before, let's go ahead and hit continue. And it was very important, I feel, to do that outside the game, because when I hit this, I think that the game's real-time clock is going to resume. At that point, we'll take a quick look at the journal. Equip a pry bar. Well, we do have a pry bar that we can get out of Kim's car. I'll just call it his car, because the game has some other thing. So, we did lose 1 point of morale for having failed at something. Let's go take a quick look at the journal. So, here are the sorts of things that name unknown wants to get done. We want to get a hold of a sad song on tape. We'd like to inspect the victim's body, but again, that's hanging up from a tree. You need to suppress the urge to throw up and approach it. I do not know how to do that. Also, who made the call reporting the crime? Keep searching for the caller. Despite lacking any obvious leads, this might take some time. Yeah, so we did get some information on where the call might have come from. If it didn't come from inside the Whirling in Rags, which is the name of the cafeteria / hotel that we are staying at. If it didn't come from in there, then it might have come from, I think, like the docks, I think it was said. We have to pay for the damages, and we're not allowed to stay at the inn until we do this part. I think that we owe about $130. And track down your badge. Oh yeah, badge and gun, also missing. Who put the clothing in the trash? Ask Kuno if he knows anything about the victim's clothes. I guess we're going to go talk to Kuno. Kuno's the kid. He's the worst. I just want everybody to know before we go over and talk to him, he's the worst person. And then finally here we got, Gart has told you some unruly union men gather in the mess hall at the Whirling in Rags. They're not there today, but most likely they'll eventually show up. Keep an eye out for them. All right, so all good advice. And then we've got, now I have accomplished a little bit at least. Found my second shoe. That counts. All right, let's go talk to Kuno. And it is 11 o'clock. Oh, 1 p.m. rather. So I think we can also go into the back room at the Whirling in Rags. Kuno is not going to help us. I'm just going to let you guys know. Weird, off-putting sex talk from this 12-year-old kid.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that empathy. I don't really want to talk about any of these things.
The fuck about it?
All right, we talked about that.
You're testing Kuno. Get lost!
More questions about the crime scene then?
Yeah. The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
All right, here we go. The dead man's clothes were in the trash container. Point to the container. How did they get there? Oh, and then there's the ladder. Well, maybe he will climb the ladder for me. I don't think he will. He hates me and I hate him. So let's start with how did the clothes... Yeah, how did the clothes get into the trash?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I don't know why he would respond to this. I need to know. It could be a lead in the investigation. Someone may have tampered with the murder scene. There's no reason for that kid to care about this, to care about my concerns.
Listen. Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno saw what you did there, dumpster diving. Sad shit. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Right. So I have been investigating in my... Hello to Grumpy. Ready to get schooled in another... by another doped-out 12-year-old. Yeah, that's apparently... It's actually the same doped-out 12-year-old, but yes. Let's go talk to Kuno. My timing is perfect. Yeah, Grumpy, we all... I feel like many of us have the same opinion of Kuno here. So, Wade, I asked you what happened to his clothing. You must have seen them lying around. All right, entertain me. What's so great about these pants? I also... What is F-A-L-N? I don't have any idea what that means. I don't know what this means. Okay, wait, I asked you what happened to his clothes. You must have seen them lying around.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around. Except for that up there. Now, you want performance gear or not, Grandpa?
He had pointed the cadaver, now you want performance gear or not? No.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Yeah, Kim, I get it. Wait, oh no, that's his body. Okay, so I don't care what's so good about the pants. We're gonna ask him about what the pants.
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made in Mirova by scientists. Pants scientists.
I am a big fan of performance crotch.
Believe it, you need this shit.
He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic-wrapped pants. They're graphite black and look brand new.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
So, clothing we learned in the first episode does have some impact on your stats. So, it would probably increase my athleticism, but also reduce my intellect. So, you know, maybe someday. I don't have 500 real for him either way. I can't even afford to pay off my bar tab. Let's talk about this later.
All right, Pickle. Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig, Kuno. He's gonna steal all your money, Kuno.
Oh, hello to Ricardinho. Ricardinho, I hope you're having a great weekend so far.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
I don't know. It feels like he just doesn't like adults or cops or adult cops. Oh, Christ. I guess I'm going to show him the mug. There's got to be... So we picked up a racist mug last episode. I was very nonplussed to have it, but maybe Kuno has something to say about it.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Let's see. Does this adequate depiction of a South Samoan man have anything to... Adequate depiction? No, I will never say that. Does this quaint, better not taken out of its historical context mug? What? How old is the mug that we think that it was like... Anyway. Does this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain. You saying you picked it after the mug fucker, cause he's the clothes fucker?
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene, cleaned some of it up.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting 2 and 2 together here.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
It's interesting to have a script that just has hate slurs kind of starred out so you know exactly what they are. Remember the George Carlin bit about how you can have like swears where only the vowel is cut out of it, so everyone knows, and at that point, who are you protecting from what? But boy, these kids are awful.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Ricardo says my favorite football club got relegated after 40 years this last match day. Unfortunately, Ricardo, I don't know what relegated means in that context. Relegated after 40 years? What is that? I don't know what that means. I'm not even sure how to phrase the question. I know what football is. I would call it soccer. It's football everywhere else in the whole world. But I don't know what relegated means in that context. I feel bad. Okay, so I'm going to... I don't know. We never asked about the greenhouse. I'm going to ask him about the ladder. So there's a ladder on the tree, and I can't climb it because it's designed for kids.
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
So you'd say the ladder is unclimbable.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
All of my points are in, like, psychological stuff. I can't, like, reverse psychology a 12-year-old and climbing up there and taking the body down. What's in the greenhouse over there?
Dunno. Kiptas gardener used to work there.
Kit is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Okay, so basically it's a racist slur. Do you mean the young woman in the whirling in rags, that gardener? Did I meet a gardener in the whirling in rags?
Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her.
Sorry, he looks you in the eye and nods as if agreeing with himself.
What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March?
Well, I might be a big dummy, but the kind that you would do in a greenhouse, isn't that what a greenhouse is for? I should ask her about that.
Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
All right.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
All right. I don't think he'll have anything to say about his shack.
The fuck do you want with it?
Nope. Okay.
Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
All right. Now, I would like to figure out what the quick save button is. Oh, you know what? I bet it shows it right here. Quick save is F5. I had assumed so, but now I know. All right.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
So
the body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Yeah, I do not have the fortitude to take that guy down. All right, so, well, let's go into the whirling and rags, because now we have a new thing to ask about. Also, one of my tasks for today, one of the things that I want to do is ask some people, like talk to some other people around here. Like there's a lady down here that I didn't want to bother her until I had something specific to ask about. Like I wanted to investigate the crime scene first. We've done that part now. And also, Ricardinho is saying they have to go down from first league to the second league. Oh, and Drienne is lurking because they intend to play this. Well, Drienne, thank you so much for the lurk. I'm disappointed in that. I was hoping to pick something. Oh, wait. There's more information up here that I never looked at. And time. Time passes when picking new dialogue options. Read books to pass time quicker. I was wondering about that. What causes the clock to move versus not? Anyway, Drienne, thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope that you had a great time with Raft earlier. Okay, substance can be administered during dialogue. Tools are context sensitive. Equip them before use. Active thoughts alter. Really? Okay. Thought bonuses differ for research and completion. So we have an active thought going on. I'm trying to remember where my nameless detective lives. And so now I know that that's a thing. All right. Let's talk to this person who I've not really chatted with at all.
You're back.
Oh, that's the gardener. Wow. You sound surprised?
We don't see a lot of police around here. That's all. Of course. What can I help you with?
So, I just learned about the greenhouse. Wow, I didn't remember that she was a gardener, even though that's her name. Do I really want to confront her about the fuck the police stuff? Like, it doesn't seem super relevant right now. I guess I'll ask her.
Excuse me?
She doesn't understand.
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Okay, well, if empathy says to drop this line, if I'm going to make her uncomfortable, she's not going to answer my question. So let's go back.
She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
All right. Before we make her even more uncomfortable by doing a semi-accusatory statement about what she's been, or question about what she's been doing in the greenhouse in March, we need directions?
Of course. Where to?
Well, where am I?
What do you mean?
This is Revachol, right?
Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
She looks around.
This intersection is called Roundabout North.
She looks around thinking of what else to say.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
Okay. I really thought that he had sort of indicated that he knew that I had severe amnesia. What's up in the north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
All right, how about the east?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
Yes, with 3 T's. We found that before.
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
What was on the other side of the canal?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
How about the west?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. No problem.
Okay, so we're going to ask her what she's been doing in the greenhouse in March. Again, if that's not what a greenhouse is for, then I have misunderstood the purpose of a greenhouse.
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so.
She points to her wheelbarrow, surprised at the question.
Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
She smiles shyly.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Okay. The grandma is a bit too much. Well, I have a high chance of visual calculus. Wait, +1 disingenuous grandma. Is the grandma disingenuous? Like, as far as I know, snow does not have nutrients in it. But that doesn't make the grandma disingenuous, maybe just not aware of what snow is? It's just like crystallized water, right? Like, there's not like a high nitrogen content in snow, I don't think. So I'm going to do visual calculus.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
Okay, I rolled pretty well there. The traffic jam, the plaza... well, I guess the plaza would be the most relevant. Or the entrance to the yard. We blew through the wall. Let's go with the plaza?
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbor gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
Alright, so the woman next to the fuck the police sign is keeping an eye on me according to visual calculus. I would prefer to keep it to myself for now. Although it does raise the question, assuming that my mind is being accurate for me, like my instincts are correct, who is she keeping an eye on me for?
Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
Well, hopefully they'll know that I'm here to do right by them. Okay, so I have to run.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
She wipes her brow with the canary yellow glove.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
I don't know why this woman would do anything that I ask her to, but may I borrow your gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
She hands you the rubber gloves with no visible annoyance. Okay, well, that was cool. So, let's take a quick look. Gloves. Clothing. +1 interfacing. Let's do it. I don't know that I'm going to walk around with these all the time, but I wonder, now that he has gloves, is he at all more willing to pull that body down? Yeah, we looked at the footprints in the mud.
There he still is, looking right through you.
Yeah.
With his what?
Part of me wants to take the gloves off because I look increasingly freakish walking around this way. But also, did I ever look at the fence? As far as we know, I'm responsible for the hole in the fence.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So we've got a pretty good chance of doing this. Let's try it.
The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message written in the language of burnt rubber.
Oh, this is so cool. This is exactly the kind of thing that I wanted to be able to do. So somebody apparently started here, went forward and hit the fence, then backed up this way and turned and departed to the south.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there.
We get some more points in there. Can you imagine if we'd failed that roll?
And then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why that pang of guilt again?
Yeah, see, I kind of feel like I did it.
The hole in this fence doesn't look that huge.
I guess it's not that. It's just a, impact. I guess I'll say it's not that impressive.
He was exaggerating. People blame cops for everything that goes wrong in the world. This has nothing to do with you.
It feels like it did, though, Authority.
The driver proceeded to back out of the yard. barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building, before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
Is it connected to the case is one of the things that I'm wondering about. Also, if my character was behind the wheel, the kind of driving that you might do, this kind of driving indicates either that you're very angry or very drunk, I would think. So, based on what we know about our character, I feel like Bronze Heineken here is responsible, and he might have gotten drunk, but then does he have a vehicle of his own? We haven't heard anything about that before. A car drove through the fence for sure.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel scared. You don't know why.
Is it connected to the case?
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
I do feel like I would want to do that. All right, let's check our journal. So we can buy the fallen pants, but you and Kuno were not close yet. You need to figure out what's going on with him, and then you can get your hands on some performance gear. And then who put the clothes in the trash? We've asked Kuno, we've asked Gart. Who else had unauthorized access to the whirling trash? As according to the conversation that we had with the bartender, only the... What's the phrase that I'm thinking of? Only the... Man, I cannot remember the name of anything right now. The trash disposal service. All right, now I want to talk to... I don't remember her name, and I'm going to say something that I would never ever say in real life, but one thing that occurred to me is that I'm still trying to figure out how this game even works, and I feel like not choosing certain options might be to my detriment. So as we talk to her...
Hello again,
Lena,
sweetie.
you seem to be in a chair. It's a wheelchair, as we can see. This seems like a horrible thing to just bring up randomly in conversation when you don't particularly know someone, you know, and she hasn't brought it up. I mean, if she chose to talk about it, I feel like that's when you want to have that conversation, but you seem to be in a chair.
Yes, dear. I'm a paraplegic.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
Okay, so, Bronze, just because you think in your head about a grenade explosion doesn't mean that that's what may have caused her mobility loss. Yeah, I like this. I'm sorry, it was rude of me to mention the wheelchair. Let's move on.
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway.
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Does it... Maybe this is just a question for open chat, but does it really inspire that much curiosity in people? Like, to me, when I see someone in a wheelchair, I sort of, like, visually register, okay, so if this person needs to move to a different floor, stairs are not going to be the way to go. Like... I also generally prefer to have a conversation with somebody at eye level, but I also feel a little bit self-conscious about, like, sitting down, but I don't like standing over people generally. Maybe that's just a personal thing. But I don't know. I don't feel like super curious about the backstory unless they themselves want to bring it up. I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where. So I'm going to say this as well. I don't know. This is the one where if it blows up real bad, I might load past this, only because I can't figure out if Kim knows that I have severe amnesia.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
Her eyes follow your movements with some concern. Mia's saying, no, I think it registers curiosity around how it happened. I guess I guess for me, my curiosity would never override my desire to respect the, and I think that Mia feels the same way. Never override my desire to see the person's privacy through. It feels like if it's an event that occurred and not sort of a condition they were born with, it might not be something that they want to relive every single time they meet a new person. Like that's sort of how I'm thinking about it.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
So I can say I drank so hard I forgot literally everything. I hope you're right. I hope it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm blowing this whole thing out of proportion. Forget I said anything. I don't know if it's the drink though. I'm gonna say I hope you're right. It's not too bad.
You know where we are, right?
The Whirling in Rags cafeteria. So I'm wondering if this conversation is just in case I haven't picked up on some of this stuff. Revachol on Insulinda. Warzone. We're dead haunting each other. We're ghosts. The Whirling in Rags cafeteria is what's actually true.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
In Revachol.
Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol.
So Mia real quick is saying, right, because being curious and actually saying something are very different. Yeah, and maybe, I guess that's what she's getting to. Like, she knows people are maybe wondering. And, like, again, in real life, I never would. I'm still trying to figure out, like, some games are all about saying everything on the list to learn as much as you can, and some games do weigh what you choose not to say. And I'm still not exactly certain which kind this is. I do feel like it's the latter. Also, hello to Azaric, who is going to be lurking because he's playing this game himself in the future. Very much understood, and thank you to Azaric for the lurk. Okay. I'll say I don't know diddly squat about Revachol. What kind of place is this?
How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. We're fortunate to be here, you and I. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but everyone says so. Revachol is a rare jewel. This city used to rule the world, though it has seen better days.
There's a pause as she studies your expression. You must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
I probably knew this. I do feel like it's the spring. No, we saw something that was in 51, but it's 973, I think? Also, my character has a lot of dialogue about the end times, and I don't know why that's on his mind. 973? Question mark?
You're joking. Try again, one more time. What year is it?
Okay, then it's definitely the spring of 51.
That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
I really want to see Kind Green Ape Pen.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there. But now she relaxes her shoulders.
Oh, exclamation point SH.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
I have absolutely no idea. That did not come up yesterday. I'd like to think it's the dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me that it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on steeds. Civilization's cowers before us. No, we're not doing that. We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like a badass visionary. Radios are being used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners and women. Holy shit! Cop, we're living under the cop regime. Jesus Christ, some of these. Hopefully some kind of democracy?
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
Oh, okay. So it's our own unique dystopia. And hello to Patikin.
Meaning, buying is voting.
Ugh. I don't even know what to say. I'm so disappointed.
It is quite disappointing. yes. A lot of people would like some form of representation. There's talk, but for now, the RCM is all we've got.
If there's no government, how come there are cops?
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
I don't know what half-light is, what part of my personality it is. And I didn't roll very well on that either. So, what is the revolution that you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
I feel like my encyclopedic knowledge should be kicking in around some of these things. What does that have to do with there not being any cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
Let's ask, so how did I do?
You didn't do too well, dear. You really only knew what year it is. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Reality, in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
She turned to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Okay, so I'm glad that I went down that line of questioning because now we have a new task. Get a reality lowdown. Okay, and we got a autosave. Oh, and we got a pen. Let's take a look at this. It is, in fact, a green ape, kind green ape pen. Look at that. A pen with a green ape head on one end. The ape has closed its eyes, a kind expression adorning its face. It seems to be meditating. And we've got the racist pen, the damaged ledger, which we looked at the end of the last episode. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to ask Gart, and I'm not sure that I want to spend time on it. So these doors are open, and now I can go into the back room here. I could do that since about 1 o'clock. The dishes are drying, the smell of chemicals and pine trees.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook.
Hello to Mio. Mio, we're checking out, I don't think that you were here for episode 1, just in case that's correct. We're checking out Disco Elysium. We're a few hours in and trying to investigate a murder in the yard outside.
As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
Good. Okay, thank you, Logic. Not that I would have thought that, but let's go with hello, sir. Got time for a few questions. I'm not sure it matters what we say if he doesn't speak whatever language my character speaks, but let's try to be polite.
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
You've got some impressive pots?
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
And I'll note that the game is now calling him Gorasi Kubek.
It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Mio will probably be lurking, but wanted to say at least hi. Well, Mio, thank you very much for the lurk. Okay. Now, I did... Oh, I had a thought as I came up here and I didn't click on it. There it is. Hold on. An aroma of spices, alcohol, and tomato hangs in the air. We also had a box up here that we can look at. Okay, sir, am I... Hold on. I'm gonna F5 it, because in most games you take what you want. I don't want to make this guy mad, but I really do need his $1.15. Alright, and now we've got a different door out here that I couldn't investigate before.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Inland Empire is a super weird dude. I wonder where this door leads.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
Well, does it lead out to the courtyard? Because it could be a vector for somebody to go outside and clean up a crime scene, for example. Out of duty. Oh, out of duty. We may find something pertinent to the investigation. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation.
The door in the main investigation will merge into a stereo investigation. I don't think that he's funny. I don't think that he likes funny. A mini side investigation.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
I don't see any harm in touch the door unless that paint is wet.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
See, my character is very observant, or at least that's how I want him to be, so I like trying to get these physical details about the world.
The door does not budge.
Okay, so it's very sturdy. Reality lowdown. Find a way into the secret passage. See? Secret passage. It seems like if you're investigating a murder scene, availability and access to secret passages is one of those things that you might want to bear in mind. Yeah, I don't think I can get into this back room. Not today, not right now. Well, let's ask Gart about the door back there.
Can I help you?
All right, I saw a thing.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
There's a mysterious blue steel door at the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs his finger across the counter to check for dirt.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I don't know why that came from composure, but I think you'd like to know what's back there. Yeah, see, letting him pretend that he's indifferent, how does that help me out in this situation? I think he wants to know.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
I'm also going to bring up to him that I'm going to sing karaoke. I don't know how that benefits anyone to know that, but...
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sir.
My body is ready. Okay, so we're going to save it. Now, I want to go upstairs because at the beginning of the last episode, at the very beginning of the last episode, we met a woman who was apparently staying up here on the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor. And at the time, I had no reason in the world to talk to her. Now I do. There's a murder here. We did not know that at the time that we were hanging out here. So let's knock on the door.
The door is closed.
Knock.
There is no answer.
Oh, she might be out.
You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside.
Thank you, perception.
A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Including personal hygiene. I would hope so. Swallow the emotion. Look at the things that we can shout at the door. I'm so alone. Why are you doing this? Don't do this to me. Beauty, don't abandon me in all this ugliness. That's what we're going to shout at the door of a strange woman that we basically had like 3 sentences with. Swallow the emotion.
The door is closed.
I'm not knocking again. Okay, and then there's a door over here that we don't know anything about. Oh, and cannot be made to know anything about it. Okay. Yep, alright. So... this might be it? Let me just look... hold on. Go in here. Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
Okay, but this isn't my house, right? So I don't think that the potted plant is my fault. That's been dying for a while. This is where the magic happens. Sorry for all this. Oh, that's right. I'm also sorry, cop. I forgot to bring that up in our recap. Hello to Donk. Donk, I hope you're having a great weekend so far.
No problem, officer.
He takes a step towards the door like he'd like to leave. Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Kim. Wait. Words fail to describe how rank it smells in here. They should have sent a poet. We might have gotten that last time. Yep, and that door we cannot interact with. And I have a white check in here, meaning that I can retry it, except I don't think that my point has gone up at all.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Yeah, visual calculus is what we'd want. So far, the points that I've gotten, and I don't think that I have any additional points right now. No. So far, the points that I've put into have gone into perception. I've been raising that up because of all the things that fell outside my general areas of expertise. The idea was that I wanted to try to be more perceptive about the world. So, I might stop and knock again at the door a little bit later. Yeah, so Mia is discovering, let me just pause for 1 second. Our bot has suddenly gone offline again. It was working before, now it's not. Apologies to everybody that might be deserving of a shout out and might not get one today. I don't know why that's happening. It was working great before. Oh. Yeah, no, let's leave that up, please. I like that. All right, quick save. So, hopefully time pauses when we're looking here. So I can't get into the secret passage. I don't yet know where to go for a reality lowdown. I'm not going to be able to buy the pants for a very long time. So we could find out who's in the... Nope, we can't do that. We have to keep an eye out for them. I don't know who put the clothes in the trash. I have no leads on my badge or gun. I don't have cash to pay for the damages. So who made the call? Well, that might take some time, but we did hear tell of it like a different phone out there. I can't do this, and I can't do this. So, we're a little bit of a loss. Like, not entirely sure where to go at this point, but let's go ask people. There's many people that we can talk to that we've seen sort of hanging around. Mia's doing manual shoutouts for Critically Awkward. Sort of a group of friends of whom Donk is one, and I guess they... when I say I guess, I want to make sure that I'm using the right language, but they do sort of a podcast together that Mia really, really enjoys and would love it if they streamed a little bit more, well, probably a lot more frequently. All right, let's talk with this person who I've not chatted with at all.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer, feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he goes.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
I am the law. Now I'm going to keep listening for a minute. See, here's the thing. We can say all of these things later, but maybe I could just keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
He finishes and turns to you. What's going on here? I feel like just walking up to random strangers and announcing that you are the law isn't going to engender a lot of feelings of cooperation. At best, cooperation born out of intimidation. What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals, and other byproducts of the modern era. You could almost taste it.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days.
He glances.
Upon days.
He glances south down the road. How long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
The fumes of mazout. So I don't like could you say it again, only a little less plotting. That's needlessly confrontational and insulting. Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
He snickers.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
I don't know why I would ask this stranger for money. I'm pretty down on my luck, but he can't do his job, presumably. Let's work our way around to stories of the dead man. What can you tell me about the strike? Or, you know what are you hauling?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Or maybe I will ask him for a loan.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing.
Wait, he knew that I was kidding too, right? That wasn't earnest. Maybe it needs to have a parentheses, joking for me to get that across. So, thank you to Drienne, who's done some sort of, some custom shoutouts. Thank you very much. No, let me go back there. Seriously, thank you guys very much for getting the shoutouts there, because I would like to make sure that people who stop by, that they, people who watch know that there's a lot of great talent here on Twitch, so I really appreciate it.
They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Okay, clearly nothing illegal. That's your machine behind you. Could I get one of those fallen tracksuits? I bet he'd be offered to sell me one. Yeah, it fell off the back of his truck. Let's ask that, because you don't get to ask everything, and I might want one of those fallen tracksuits to get a little bit more athleticism.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
Right, I was gonna see if I could buy it, because I want to buy it from that piece of shit kid. That's your machine?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
He points at the lorry with his thumb.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Okay, he might like us more if we know about his ride, so... Is that a fallen A6 you got there?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
He gives the side of the lorry a friendly knock.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
So, it's clearly nothing illegal. Is there any benefit at all to saying this? I'm going to say it because, again, I haven't figured out whether or not we should say everything.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
I feel like I'm a big dummy for asking questions like that. Like, I asked you if it was illegal and all you said was sports equipment.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
All right, so now let's ask him about the strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, A strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Hello to Mark Quack. I hope that you're having a great weekend so far. How am I enjoying the game? I am fascinated by the game. I have no idea if I'm doing well, but I'm definitely enjoying the journey so far.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
So, from the Wild Pines. So there's somebody here from the Wild Pines who is a company rep in town too, and they'll know what's up. Okay, so we'll probably get involved in that strike negotiation, I would think, try to figure out what's going on. What do you think the company wants, though?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road towards the horizon, a glint of something in his eye. Me is also enjoying how uncomfortable some of these dialogue choices make. Yeah, Mark Quack, it is a... I have not stopped thinking about this game since episode 1, and so it was guaranteed that we'd be doing another episode. Whether or not it works as a streaming game, and whether or not, like... I don't know yet. Like, this is so foreign to me in terms of a lot of the gameplay mechanics that I earnestly don't know if I like it. I can only say that I'm very, very intrigued by it. And I certainly don't dislike it. Why is my empathy... I'm frustrated by not having a better chance at this empathy. Let's try it. 28% is not great. We're gonna fail it. I just hope that we don't lose some morale as we do.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
So, man, you look sad. What's going on with you? That sounds like something a way that you would address a friend. And maybe that's good here, that he has been sort of riding around in his truck for longer than he'd like and would like a little bit of a friendly touch. To me, that would really put me on edge. I can also say, hey, Tommy, spill the beans. What's troubling you? Or... my man, I want to know about your soul! We're not choosing that one. Spill the beans. What's troubling you?
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual Lorman tropes and hopes. The road and the rhymes. This jam ain't helping either.
He looks around.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk, man to man.
Okay. Now let's get down to business. Do you know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel here? Is that what the whirling in rags is, a hostel?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
See, I want to be able to succeed at random roles that aren't easy. You know, some of the moderate ones I get as well. Keeping busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
This dude's a hell of a poet. And your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Yikes. Okay, I cannot possibly believe that he has extra change for a working stiff. Also, Mark Quack is saying, I wonder if this is a game that rewards multiple playthroughs. It seems like it might. Given how many different dialogue choices you can go with. Mark Quack, there's no doubt in my mind that this is a game intended to be open to multiple playthroughs with different builds and different approaches. I think that you're exactly right from what I've seen so far. I'm going to ask for change.
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Sudden financial duties snap him out of his days. So, I'm certainly not mad that he's not going to just give me money, but they who?
The bosses, man.
First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them. Yeah. So, you're broke, got it. What else did I have to ask here? That's awfully rude. I don't know who these bosses are, think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself.
Even that would have been very generous. Okay, I think we're done with Tommy.
Don't be a stranger.
He gives you a salute with 2 fingers. He is a very nice guy, I think. Total stranger just walked up to him, and he was pretty forthcoming about information. I'm looking up here to see if, like, you know, anything... Wow, I wasn't expecting that to be a pathway. Okay, so we've got some sort of a plaque here. That is very high up. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing towards the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. Who is this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philippe the Third, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philippe II, the opulent, father of Philippe IV, the insane.
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
Wonder if people have been whipping rocks at it. Although, it's given how high up it is, that would be awfully impressive if they hit it. Sure, what did this king do? Let's see if we can remember anything of our school book learning.
What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago?
Cool. What did I roll, by the way? I got a 5. And... oh, I was 1 point shy. Boo.
High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Also, Donk is referring to both his lady and some almonds, I think. I was talking about the honey and the almonds, but I'm sure someone likes a taste of the lady. Hold on, now everyone is intrigued, so I'm just going to run back and catch the beginning of that conversation very quickly. Here we go. Big shout out to the nice lady just outside of Sequoia National Park that sold me orange honey and lemon almonds 6 years ago on the 4th of July weekend. Were you just having them? Or are you just remembering them fondly? Because either way, it sounds like they were very good honey and almonds. What indentations, what do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, someone has shot the king. Point to the indentation.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you think?
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
I would guess political statement. Like, let's assume that cuirass is not off of the actual human being, so somebody shot a statue. There's cheaper ways to do target practice. I have to imagine that that's a political statement. Political, it's a king and he shot. And it's not connected to the murderer. As far as we can tell, that body was hung. There's no evidence of bullet wounds that we've seen so far. There's no blood on the outside, no pool beneath him.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
He takes a note in his notebook.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
Yeah, I'm feeling like 5% uncomfortable that I spent my 2 points in perception when I could have maybe brought up some of my other things. A bold slogan, Humanox. covers the truck. Following on from the first episode, I actually did not reload for any reason, including when I legitimately misclicked something. But do expect to see some quick saves as we go. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore. And we got some cash here in this... Oh, wait, what's this? White tank top, +1 physical instrument. Okay, is it anything else? And should I wear it? What was this? +1 conceptualization, -1 suggestion. Well, I'm not physical instrumenting anything right now, so we're gonna put on the regular shirt, but let's do recommend now, or remember that I've got a change of clothes. Oh, yes, please. All right, we're up to $6.50. Hello to Brian. Brian, I hope you're having a great Saturday so far.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your...
Is Inland Empire completely crazy? No, that's not my grandmother, and I'm not going to address her as such, stranger on the street. Nor am I going to snap my fingers in front of her face before I've actually, like, said hello. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask you some questions. That seems like the kind of greeting that you'd normally have.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Okay, so we don't have the normal human response of, excuse me, miss? Ma'am? Are you okay? So I'm now going to snap my fingers in front of her face. It seems abysmally rude.
Wait.
The lieutenant stops you before you can snap. Oh, is he going to talk to her like a person would?
She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
I'm not going to ask why, because I think that he's correct. Also, I feel like Ken has good instincts. He's a better person than my character is so far. This was glowing, so I thought maybe I needed to come in here. All right, I see nothing down here. Mia's really enjoying how uncomfortable the dialogue choices are. Well, like, a lot of these things, it's like, you would never do... at least I would never do these things. I thought that I picked a character who was at least semi... A foreign car kept in good condition. Semi... like, good with people, at least a little bit. Let's grab this cash. Yep. I am a long way from paying off my debt, but maybe if we could make a good showing, that'll get us a room for the night. The lorries probably stored fuel here. Now they store booze. Okay. This man seems to be in charge here.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
The man yells towards the harbor gates. His voice is the loudest of the lot and oddly screechy for a man his size. What's going on here?
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
The broad-shouldered alpha male turns to you. He's a full head taller than everybody else here. So I'm just reminding everybody, I put no points in physicality at all.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
So my options are yes, or then I'm thinking no. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking so is what I'd read it as before. Then, not a big fan of scabs, but I don't know enough about this to be involved right now, so I'm thinking no.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. builds confidence.
Right, but I'm definitely not on your side, sir. I said I wasn't involved, not that I support you. What kind of cause are we talking about? I don't think I've chosen any sides yet. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I don't think I've chosen a side yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the right to work! Right to work!
What kind of a cause?
Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
All right, so I'm going to ask him what I can.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
He points his finger at the man sitting on the railing.
So do we, Scott.
The loitering man hollers in return. So I can ask what a strike is. See, I know what a strike is. We talked about the SAG-AFTRA strike of video game voice actors on many occasions here on this channel, and just for clarity, in strong support of that. However, like, I'm curious to hear how these characters might characterize it, so I'm going to say, what's a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
He shifts uncomfortably in his workers' overalls. I wonder if he's ever worked a day in those, or if those is just a costume for him. What do the strikers want?
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Yeah, real quick, I don't think that I can show off what my character's wearing, but Bronze Heineken here should not be judging other people for wearing vaguely mismatched items. Ill-fitting, what does that mean? It means it's a costume. I'm just calling it right now. This is a guy who's hired in to come in to pretend that he's a worker, to shout down the union people and make it look like they don't have the support of the people that they are actually standing up for. So, ill-fitting, what does that mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
See, here we get to finally Columbo a little bit. One more thing. You're wearing new clothes. That's not
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
So I am jumping to a big conclusion. Maybe my character is too good of a detective with his 200 plus solved cases to jump to conclusions, but I know exactly what's going on with a man named Scab Leader. Who are all these strike breakers? Yeah, let's stay on this track. I don't even know that I want to get into the harbor, but let's find out some more information about this.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful. Not toys for corporate interests.
The man runs a hand through his steadily graying military haircut.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market. The rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Thank you, reaction speed. Mia, by the way, is saying, I would make the worst detective because I respect others' privacy too much. Until given a reason not to, yes. Olive green and mustard yellow are actually very common color combination from the 70s, Auspicious Angel. It was a wretched time color scheme-wise. Where are you from? Because I don't listen to everything that my mind tells me that my instincts say, but here, yeah, where are you from?
What's it to you?
Deep-set suspicion drips from every syllable. Ooh, I like all of these. Curiosity, gotta figure out this strike mess. Routine, part of the investigation. Or I thought you looked real familiar for a second here. I thought you looked real familiar because I feel like it's going to put him a little bit off kilter and maybe make him curious, and he's not fooling me at all. I'm gonna say that.
No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out the people.
Yeah, I got that. I'm interested. See, here's me a case where I'm not interested in his privacy. It's weird that he won't talk about where he's from. I am interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Bouncer, where I frequent a lot of bars. I suspect that's very true. Sweet, I know bars. Been thrown out from several. Maybe that's why you seem familiar. I don't really drink, but work has taken me to some. Which one was it? I like the top one. I frequent a lot of bars.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Not right now. I might have been there. I don't really remember things well. Never heard of it. Are you lying? So, Encyclopedia didn't come up to say anything at all about whether or not I might have known that. But I like the idea of accusing him of being dishonest. Even if he's telling the truth here, I, again, feel like we can sort of put him on his back foot by accusing him of lying.
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
He squints at you. A little spark of violence gutters in his eyes. Then he blinks and turns to his men and says, we're done here, etc. All right. Well, I feel like we know what that man is about. Just gotta set my drink over here so that I don't dump it into the keyboard. Something just flashed across the screen from left to right, and I don't know what it was.
Scab?
Asks a man with jolly eyes tilting his head. I hope not.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
No. So, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this if my character doesn't know, but a scab is someone who's brought in to do work when union members are on strike with a list of their demands, and the company says, well, if you won't work, we'll just, bring in other people who will, and those people are known as scabs. We're definitely not saying this. I'm not a scab, I'm a cop. We're going to ask him what's a scab, because I want to hear his story about it.
Kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
That's a good definition. Call me Manyana? Like the N is like an Enya sound. I'd like to hear his name said. Where did they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem to like them.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
He looks at the mask, squinting his eyes as if trying to ascertain what they're scared of.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Have you tried talking to them?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
Okay, well, I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab.
His smile deepens as his wrinkles even more. Wasn't RoboCop a cop scab?
Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
He chuckles, then realizes...
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
Let's see. I've come to Martinez investigating a murder. That's very forthcoming. I need to know what's behind these gates I'm exploring. I'm a little short on money right now. Can you give me some? No. Can I earn some of it? I might be able to, like, psychology that big guy away. I can't beat him up. Well, let's ask him what the strike is about.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Okay, let's do that. I hope that went into my journal someplace. I'll tell you what, if we ask for money, I actually don't want him to hand me money. I want to earn money. So, but maybe he will have some ideas on how I can do that.
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
He flips a coin towards you. Try to catch it. 42%.
The coin narrowly slips by your outstretched fingers and falls to the ground.
I think that if we went through this playthrough so far, I have failed a third more than I have succeeded, if not 50% more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk do, passing around cargo and such. It was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
That's cool, dude. That's fine.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi picks up the coin and hands it to you.
I almost had a heart attack is one of the options for a man flipping a coin in my direction. So, Donk is saying Manana. Manana? Oh, it could be manana. Manana. Okay, manana. Okay, got it. Thank you. Appreciated. Say nothing, pocket the coin. Get out of here. Manana. Call me manana. Okay, just call me tomorrow. I did not put that together. Appreciate it.
Right, always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I. Humans, I mean, not slithering scabs.
Fist bump. Okay. I'll tell you what. This guy seems super solid to me. I've come to Martinez investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
I'm 91% sure I'll never get it solved. I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe you want to help me solve it by telling me who did it. But why would he know that? See, that sounds like a fun, like, wink wink, except in this game, people seem to take you super seriously. My character's not funny. So, then again, most of these appear to be joking. So, I'm going to go with I'm 91% sure I'll never get it solved, even though, like, I don't really think that.
Probably not. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. Much better here at the harbor, for an honest union man like me.
Okay, I need to know what's behind the gates I'm exploring.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
He gazes over the roundabout with a glint of longing. Does this mean you can let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
He takes a swig and points up the stairs with his flask.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
That's simple? I just walk in?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Measurehead.
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Then press the button to unlock the door.
Uh-huh.
Then go past him again.
What? Then go past him again. Okay.
And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult. Gotcha. I think I have some questions for you first. Well, it is actually quite difficult.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
I like Manana. I feel like I can't do anything right in this game. I'm just letting you know, I definitely cannot best him in a physical confrontation. We built Columbo, not Dave Bautista. So, Has any of the scabs actually tried converting to his worldview? And I'm just going to let you know, I'm not interested in converting to any worldview that has the phrase supremacist in it. So, have any of the scabs tried converting?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
And has anyone ever bested him physically?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Yeah, I'm not going to do well there.
Sure.
The man whistles a jaunty tune, the wind rustling his whiskers. And that's everything. Alright, I'm going to F5 it. Let me go look at these doors. It says GRIH. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. I'm gonna go just take a look down here. I hope my health doesn't drop if I, Okay, and then we're back here. Right, I'm gonna throw down a real save here. We're gonna oversave Martinez day 1. Alright, I'm gonna go have a chat with, the big guy. Because if I can't beat him physically, maybe I can beat him mentally. In case of a strike, press button behind guard. A hermetically sealed door locked by electronic means. There's no lock picking or door kicking this one. Alright. Head.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Oh my god, it's Colossus.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
The young woman at the giant's side agrees. What accent is that?
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Say nothing, size him up first. Why do I get so many successful authority rolls? Say nothing, size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look. So I'm not going to best him mentally. When the 2-meter tall physical bodyguard casually throws out the word morphophysiology, I don't think that I'm gonna like confuse him like a 1960s robot.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
The 3rd time today I've been called ham sandwich. Puff out your chest and still say nothing. What do you mean? My body does not betray my degeneracy, but it super does. My body's unimportant. Okay, I'm gonna still say nothing and puff out my chest. He's gonna punch me in the stomach and I'm gonna piss blood for the rest of the game.
What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Sorry, I appreciate being called androgynous here. He looks down at you, taking stock of your physique.
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ears grows frantic, and you feel your blood pressure rise.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend.
I actually have no idea what pedomorphic is. Childlike, I would think?
This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
This guy is really just scalpeling across my ego.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
Wait, this is Jean-Luc? I thought Jean-Luc was the guy I'm trying to get to, not past. What do you mean, my body? This is just like Kuno. I'm not gonna get anything out of this guy. My body betrays my degeneracy.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
Oh, alcohol, I suspect. His face contorts in disgust as if he were smelling a dead rat.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
You're right, I'm an alcoholic. Everybody here knows it. I don't have a problem with Al-Ghul, I just drink a little on the weekends. Let's ask Kim, is it really so bad? Kim will have been too polite to say anything.
It's not good.
Although when asked, he fesses right up.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Alright, I'm an alcoholic, but I do need to enter the harbor.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
Oh boy, Authority, are you in the wrong mind? I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them. I am the police and I need you to comply. That's not going to work. This race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me. I like this. I'm not interested in your whole ideology here. I just need you to help me do my job, please.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Okay, so I can continue pleading with him that he's just going to mock. I can't push him out of the way. You're right about all this. Now I just need you to let me go into the harbor. Well, he's not right. At least as far as I know. This is a foreign... like a whole foreign world to me, but generally speaking, critical race theory, or whatever we're calling just open racism these days, is not something that I'm going to agree with people about. Like, here's the thing. I might be willing to say this to advance the investigation, but I actually don't know why I would need to get into the harbor right now. Like, this is just me exploring, so this is going nowhere. We'll come back later and argue with these people later on. Now, bear in mind as we sort of run through this, or stroll slightly through this, there's a version of this game where you play as like a big physical character. All right, just get down there. And probably could shove him out of the way. I very specifically did not choose that. All right, so we've got a door, and I have not talked to this guy yet either. It's also,
Welcome to Revachol.
Announces the rotund man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner like that? Oh, wait, racist lorry driver? Fuck. So, content warning for racism, it turns out. Last episode, it was, all sorts of, like, suicide imagery and stuff. Here we've got a different tone that's happening. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in this city. but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
So, sometimes I will step back and allow people to speak their truth because it's important for them, but Kim needs to know that I've got his back on this.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Okay. He's right, you're undermining your best shot at real self-determination, so I can say that. Stop ripping into this guy. He's really just... No, I'm not going to say that. Limbo, what's going on here? Okay, he's right.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCN. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Okay, I don't want to punch him in the shoulder. Smile at the lorry man. Why do I have to punch him in the shoulder? I don't hit very hard, so basically here's what I'm worried about. I don't know what punch him in the shoulder means. I know that it's like not actually like ball up and like wind up and hit him, but if he's not expecting it and I sort of knock him to one side and make him look physically weak to this guy, it's gonna make him into a joke when I actually just want to say, fucking A, Kim, I got your back. I'm gonna do this. I'm just very worried it's gonna turn out wrong.
You do make a cute couple. You know that.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
All right, now that that's settled, I have some questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smoldering between his fingers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
So, Mia was asking, were I to choose one George Romero zombie movie, would it be Night of the Living Dead or Dawn of the Dead? Which one is the must-see? That's a good question. I mean, if you were only to see one, I would probably say Night of the Living Dead. Plus, it's free. Like, you can just go onto YouTube and watch it perfectly legally. It was never copyrighted, so you can watch it anywhere, at any time. I have more to say about that, but we'll find a time when we're walking. I found this mug in the trash. Is it yours? I don't know why we'd assume it's his instead of any other racist person, but sure, let's ask him about it.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. I haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Yeah, see, it's not his, because he wouldn't still find it funny. It would just be like, oh, I'm really gonna, like, piss people off with this.
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
What was that argument all about? The argument between these two? Let's ask.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
I really did not expect just open racism to be the thing that would happen in this episode.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
I fucking hate this guy. So you're just a racist, makes sense. To be honest, I can't really remember what that means. Please explain. On second thought, let's talk about something else. Fuck this guy. You're just a racist.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design, so naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
So surely this is dripping with sarcasm. I can really tell that you're a prime example of the superior design. Yeah.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
And what's the problem with that?
The problem? The damn Kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
What's this cultural victory?
It's what the Kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves.
Say nothing?
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring.
This reminds me of when we were playing, like, Black Sad. It'd be like, hey, everyone, who had, like, eugenics on their Black Sad bingo card? Like, and that's the name of the game, if anybody hasn't heard it. Black Sad Under the Skin. It was a different detective game. What is it about detective games where this is what we're talking about all the time? I cannot get down with racism. I'm not down with this. Why don't you go fuck yourself? I'm not even going to read the third option.
Push your luck, runt.
The man gives you a disgusted look, then turns his attention elsewhere, ignoring your presence. All right, fine. We don't need to talk with him again. Very quickly, so Mia loathes zombie movies, but I'm building a watch party, so I'm asking. Dren says, makes sense. You would think I'd be able to help, but I've not watched a single one of the movies, of those movies all the way through. And he said it's an interesting question, and you can only choose one. It would be Night of. Yes. And then Mia says, let me ask you then, Drienne, I want to include both Zombielands, in part to accommodate the fact that you hadn't seen the first, but are you interested in seeing the first? Oh, both Zombielands. So... oh, hold on. Kim is just walking. Let me pause for just 1 second. It's mostly like, if you're only going to watch one, I would think that you would want to see the one that is, like, widely heralded as establishing the modern North American vision of what a zombie is. Like, George Romero's Night of the Living Dead was hugely influential on the concept and popularization of, like, what is the definition of a zombie, even though the word zombie is not used in there. It's also a very tight little movie. It was shot on a very small budget, and there was one other thing that I wanted to say. Oh, and it's probably different than you think it is. Like, it's... although there are a lot of other sort of like zombie entertainment that has sprung from that idea, the movie itself is... you might find it that it's different than what you envision it to be. And it's a very, very light time investment. I would personally say that I... like, Dawn of the Living Dead and Day of the Dead, I probably enjoy somewhat more, but I don't know. Like, it's mostly like, if you're only ever gonna see one, I feel like the first one would be the one. Yellow roses, dozens of them, tulips too. A melancholy pop song plays on the radio. You know, there's some things where I don't think it's particularly important to see, like, from the beginning, like Assassin's Creed. I don't think that there's much value in playing that very first game. But, I mean, like... And also just understand that there's no, like, direct through line on these movies. It's not like they're direct sequels, but rather they follow up later in the storyline of this global zombie apocalypse. But I guess I just feel like the first one is the most self-contained, and I don't know. I feel like it's, and it's way better than any remake that's been made of it, I think. All right, let's continue on here.
The machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
What's this machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Wait, Moo was saying, can you recycle bottles? Maybe I can. What is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money.
And how do I pick up tear for the tear machine?
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so...
She shrugs awkwardly.
Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
Also, this is quite a hat. It looks like a jester's hat, but with a visor. Okay, so I can't do anything there right now.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
So I can buy a raincoat. It'll take about half of all the money that I've obtained so far, and I don't think that's a good idea because I don't have... It'll add 1 endurance, so I guess that's better than not having an endurance, but can I put it on over my green coat? Probably not. What is that?
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
She taps on the glass counter. The raincoats patiently await purchase. I'm not going to buy that right now.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
So hello to Winds of the Weird, who resubscribed very like right at the very end of the previous stream, which only matters because I did not have an adequate chance to shout that out. So thank you very, very much to Winds of the Weird, who says, good to see another round with this game. Fingers crossed you pick it up for a regular series. It is... Like, my concern is that I'm just going to straight up lose. I don't know that I'm progressing well, but I'm enjoying the journey.
Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
So, we have encountered at least a couple of these, and they are drugs that help my stats. What do the products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
She stops.
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Oh, if I was to guess, that would probably give me a boost to some of my mental skills. Can you be a little bit more specific?
No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Who is Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
So this is a lot when I started playing Red Dead 2. I was very hesitant to spend money on anything because I didn't know what was important yet. Or how to get more money. I owe like $130 and I've got $8, so I don't want to spend money on this just yet. But it's good to know that it's here. Let's look at what appears to be a lotto machine. Scratch
A colorful
card.
display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
Oh, my character wants to get drunk. So, like, here's the thing. How committed am I to role-playing since my character really wants what's in there and I don't want him to have it? I'm in heaven, I need all of it so bad. Say nothing, just take it in. This is not a good place for a recovering addict. Not right now. See, the role player in me wants to say this, but I'm gonna turn over a new leaf. This is the role playing that I'm doing. Go in cold turkey.
Guess not. No.
She looks at the wall of goods behind her, then adjusts her hat.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
She can see who she's talking to. Please tell me more about these products. Wow, I can buy some pale-aged vodka for just $30.
The pale-aged vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong.
I was earnestly wondering this myself. What is pale?
You know.
She shrugs, uninterested in explaining it further. I actually have no idea. Does anybody in chat, like, I know people can look it up, but do people in chat just instantly know what pale is? P-A-L-E? As in some, like, I know it as a verb, not as a noun. What will consuming this stuff do to my body?
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
She stares at you, unsure. I'm really irritating this woman. Do you sell any under-the-counter vices?
No, Frit only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Officer, she added. Oh yeah, Warm Bodies was an oddly cute zombie flick, Drienne. That movie should have been awful, and I actually was pretty okay with it. And also, I did read this before, but Winds of the Weird says, don't worry about it. This is a rare game where failing is often more interesting than winning and leads to spectacular and bizarre results. That's what I'm sort of banking on, and that's why, I don't know if you've seen the majority of what we've done so far. Everything we've done so far, by the way, has already been archived on the channel, plus this episode will be as well. I have not reloaded at all, including when I earnestly misclicked on something. Like I said in advance, I'm going to do this, and then I clicked the wrong damn thing. I have been letting this go as it happens. Wait, there's a door down here I didn't go into. I didn't see this before. I am quick saving a lot, just in case something happens that I do need to load past.
In the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
How much do you want to bet that the lorry with all the racist paraphernalia belongs to racist lorry driver?
A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
Okay, and how about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy? 100%.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Alright. I thought we could actually go in there, but turns out not yet. Okay, so we were asked to stop bothering distracted older woman. Nothing down here. Now, we do have a back door area that we can go and investigate, where there was like a hidden door that we found. And there's some other stuff, so let me take a quick look again at the tools that are in here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
And Mia is asking Drienne about pale-aged vodka. Drienne confirms that they have never heard of pale-aged vodka.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled.
I think I saw this before.
No. That's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Fair enough. So he did say that we could use his tools.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
I don't need the pry bar because I was able to get the door open more easily. The dumpster. So I already have that open. I have not yet found any occasion to use chain cutters or a flashlight. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to leave that stuff there, but I wanted to check again to see what is available. Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell. The damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
Hold on, a breakthrough is imminent.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Interesting. Where's the dealer? Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Well, I have been working at my perception for some reason. Speed gives +1 psi. Don't necessarily know what that means. Alright. My thought cabinet. Bonuses from thoughts. Okay. I don't know if I want to unlock new slot through... Unlock a new slot to research the thought. But isn't there another thing? I thought I had another thought to have. Oh yeah, no, it's right here. Sorry, so Mia, Drienne said I would assume that it's pale and aged rather than pale aged. No, this was very specific and repeatedly stated that it's aged in pale. Now, maybe the clerk was misremembering the shtick, then she's just talking nonsense. But that's why I was asking about it. As Mia says, Drienne thinks it might be pale aged rather than pale aged. Have there been other typos? Not that I've noticed, but also there is some terminology in here that is either unfamiliar to me from our world, or representative of this being a fictional world. So it could be a thing that they do. We have an answer. Shiv looked it up, and it's simply a Disco Elysium thing. Okay, thank you. That covers it all. So, rigorous self-critique, temporary research bonus. I'll get a -1 authority, embarrassment to the party. You're one sorry piece of shit. A cop penitent, a flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at a Mazovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat of nine tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own damn fault. Do it. Really criticize yourself. Who knows? You might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. Let's do it. Now, as far as I can tell, based on what I'm seeing here, these are sort of like we have some customization of our own psyche, and although we're going to be having -1 from thoughts right now, I feel like once this completes in 6 hours, we will be better off for the self-reflection. So I am going to F5 that. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain have almost washed them off. Also, there was like some tire tracks I could try to follow earlier too. Wait, nothing happened. I clicked on that. Like this tree, there was a dot to examine it, and nothing happened. Yes. All right. Healing item gained. There's also, by the way, a hard mode on this that we saw when we started, where like you don't get XP bonuses for anything at all. Roy's Pawn Shop, faster cash for faster times. Hey, this guy might have my gun. Do you think I can physically best that measure head if I have a gun?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to see if he had any commentary about the area that we're in. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. I like looking at the green dots first. Some kind of a machine, an antique cash register. Got like a figure in jade. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says Day, or DEI. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. In the dark of what? Like underneath a... Anyway. So there is a... Oh, he's behind glass. I was going to say, is he a ghost?
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on the tips of your toes. I'm very clumsy, so I might fall over.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
I can't afford to buy this. Chop, keep this Stereo 8 approved machine here. What I really want to know is could this device come in handy in my police work? No, it's gigantic, and I have no use for it right now. Are you sure this is all in working order? Well, I guess I'll ask about it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
Yeah, I don't have enough cash. Equip this to play tapes. Like, someday I might need this, but I certainly don't need it right now. Is it in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Could this come in handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Bird's Nest Roy is very, very serious. Okay, let me actually talk to Bird's Nest Roy, because I want to see if he has my gun.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Okay, I'm only just now seeing that sort of rotational swirl. I guess he really likes that as sort of a decor setting. It's shameful how insufficient the police presence is here in this part. Not the RCM is here. Tell me, have you had any troubles lately? Well, that seems like... Basically, if he grumbles about an issue that he has, maybe it's related to the case, or maybe it's related to gainful employment.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Quite the collection indeed. That's a very Columbo response. Typical vacuous consumerist objects. We're not saying that. Honestly, I think some of your selections are more tasteful than others. This business plan is all over the place. You should specialize, zoom in, recapitalize. Quite the collection indeed.
It keeps me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you. Is Roy high? And if so, then what is he on? Well, you know what? Let's see if we can figure it out.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Everyone, I would just like to announce that we just succeeded on a 28% roll. It does happen. Believe in miracles.
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects. And it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Okay, I don't think he's going to like it if I ask him to take off his sunglasses. Do I only get a shot at one of these? Probably. What is the value of being circumspect here? Is there any purpose to it? I can't imagine what it would be. Get straight to the point. Where does a man get Pyrrolidon these days?
How would I know?
He takes a step back, studying you.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something. Like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
See, now I'm wondering if I need that flashlight. Maybe if I aim the flashlight at them, they will light up in a way that will reveal some information. What's the triangles on your vest? It's pretty obvious that you're under the influence. No judgment, just curious. I probably did loads of Pyrrolidon before I lost my memory. So I want to say this, but I want to ask about the triangles on his vest first.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster.
He coughs as if to mark his words.
Had to take Pyrrolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
How does Pain Threshold know that? And it's good to know. For anybody who might be, like, joining us in progress, like, your mind sort of chirps up and gives you insight, which I'm still working out if it's always accurate or just a... No, actually, we know it's not always accurate. It relays things that your character believes to be true based on its own varying degrees of insight. It's a fascinating system. Okay, and Drienne is sort of talking about a fun thing that happens on Mia's Discord. I highly recommend that people do join Mia's Discord at the Sandbox. Hopefully Mia can put a link to that in chat. Also, Donk is giving us congratulations on, or giving some congratulations on making that check. Yeah, it's opened up this entire line of questioning. The People's Pile, the Emergency Relief Brigade, it must have been tough. Let's start... Oh, God, I want to ask about all these. Let's start with the People's Pile, then.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too.
Tell me more about the Emergency Relief Brigade.
We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
He points at the white triangle on his orange safety jacket.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. So this is, like, I didn't have any particular opinion on him taking drugs. I was just sort of, like, curious about it. And now that we know more about the story, like, I cannot imagine condemning him. He joined a response brigade to try to help people that were suffering from radiation poisoning and got poisoned himself, at least as far as I can tell. Mia, thank you for the link to the Sandbox Discord. It must have been tough radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
How did you wind up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
He shrugs. Well, thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Yeah, I don't know what that means here. I don't know why I would ask for the... I already forgot how to pronounce this. I don't think that I have anything that I want to sell, but I might ask him. I could sell that cup, maybe. The mug. By the way, do you happen to have any guns? Like ones carried by cops. That is why I'm talking to him.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
It's weird because he didn't like express any recognition when I started to talk to him. So I thought, oh, my gun must not be here. But no, he does know exactly who I am.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, God.
Okay, that was another point of morale damage.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Poor Kim. Was the buyer a policeman too? At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. So, wait, I sold you my gun? And also, what happened to all my cash?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
All right, I can take one more point of morale damage before I really get into trouble, so I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Okay. I can ask how much I sold the gun for. Happens to the best of us, I guess. Oh boy. Let's just skip right past that one. I'm so sorry you had to see me in that state. We don't have to talk about it any further. So, I do have a question. So, here's my question. If I sold the gun for money, and I didn't use that money to pay my bar tab, because that's one of the things that we're being charged for, where did the money go? Was it just straight up stolen, or prior to the start of the game, did I spend the money on something else? So let's try to get a dollar amount, or real amount here.
15 real.
Wow, that's a lot less than I would have thought.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too, in case you didn't notice.
I am sorry, cop. We established that in first episode. I'm so sorry you had to see me in that state.
No apologies necessary, officer.
Was the buyer a policeman too? By the way, obviously not, but we're gonna ask.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Damn it, Kim, we don't have time for that. We have to identify who has the gun and not spend any time talking about how they got it.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
She must be one of my rabid fans. That's stupid. Maybe she's a vigilante, wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. Well, she was shouting about being a pig. It sounds a lot more likely that she wants to... Well, I don't know. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia? That's sort of what I was thinking there. I'm sorry I sold my gun. I'm gonna go with 3, because that is what I was thinking. Commit a crime and blame it on the citizens' militia.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
He looks around worried. Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Well, at least I know how I lost my sidearm. Lost. At least I know how I parted with my sidearm, is what I would say.
Of course.
Oh, I think we got a new point. Can I spend my point right now? I think I can. Yeah, I can. Okay, I have a point. I might have 2 points? I might have 2 points. No. No, I have 1 point. So far I've put 2 points into perception, and I've gotten that up to 3, and that's pretty cool. But I do think that I want to start focusing on this stuff. Let's see. Volition is the ability to hold yourself together. Hunches and gut feelings from Inland Empire. Dreams in waking life. No thanks. I do like empathy. I don't like authority very much. I'm already enough of a cop. Drama, rhetoric. Practice the art of persuasion. Enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. Or suggestion. I think I put a point into suggestion as well. Charm men and women, play the puppet master. This has not come up very often. What is half-life? Half-light? Let the body take control and threaten people. Yeah, that's not going to happen. My physique and motorics are not very... Why are these blue? What's the blue plus here? Alright. I do like visual calculus a lot. That's very much the kind of character that I want to play. Boy, perception. I don't know why I like perception so much. Really like perception. I'm gonna put the point into empathy, I think. I'm gonna put the point into empathy. Alright. Accept changes and close. And I wanted to put it in there just in case empathy comes up here. Okay, so I don't really want the Pirholodon. Okay. Let's start with, or continue with, you might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Do you know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
Okay, that's all I've got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Okay, there's something I'd like to sell.
Let me have a look.
I don't want to sell my clothes. Okay, access my pawn menu.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Oh. I mean, I could sell the pen. I didn't want to. So... is there any reason to carry any of this stuff, that's on this page? You know what? I'm gonna look in my inventory again. Sell my clothes?
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment.
He looks you up and down quickly.
And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Necrotic objects?
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the projector!
Alright, so that's the first time Horrific Necktie has spoken up in this episode. A few things to say last time. I don't have anything else to sell at the moment.
Another time, perhaps.
Alright. I will ask about the Pirholodon. I don't know why. He might offer to sell some. Maybe I'll at least know what the price is.
Have you tried it before?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
I haven't, but don't worry, I can take it.
If you say so. Here you go, man.
He presents a large cap-shaped object in the palm of his hand, very odd-looking. So I can take it. Let's refuse to take it for now. I don't know what I would do with it. I do not intend to take any drugs.
I respect your decision, officer. What else can I help you with?
But it's good to know that I can lay hands on some if I need it. All right. So I can look around. Actually, there's only a couple other things in here. I don't know what this is.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
All right, let's just sort of glance at it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
If I had a living room. Is that a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where'd you get it?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Mia says, remind her to use the insult, your mother is a necrotic object. How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Are you out of your mind? There's one just like that on every corner. Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep. 700 sounds about right. I can't imagine it was easy sawing off that street lamp. But he didn't do that, I don't believe. He seems very forthcoming. It does seem a little bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
So the fact that this object is for sale for $700 and I have $8 makes me feel like I am not doing very well so far. All right, there's nothing else I need to know about that. All right, and then we've got what appears to be a clothing rack, clothing closet.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning.
Now, isn't this like racist propaganda? Didn't we learn that from the lorry driver?
The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar.
Sniff the t-shirt.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
He said that a few times, Inland Empire. What's the deal with this man?
It's the man from Heimdall.
Walking away from his burning village, yes.
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize the figure in the print. Lie, sire, for no reason.
So I have an opportunity to lie to them. I was a very sheltered child. My parents only let me read boring books about ordinary people, and the man from Heimdall sounds extraordinary. Why does Drama want me to do this? Drama has never prompted me to lie before. Maybe I've been failing all the checks. I'm guessing I'm supposed to know who this man from Heimdall is, but I lost my memory recently and need help remembering basic facts about reality. We do have a quest to find this out, and no one's going to teach us about reality unless we ask. Remind me again, who's the man from Heimdall? I'm going to lie for no reason.
That's very sad, man. Then you missed out on some pretty well executed, albeit repetitive, adventure literature. The man from Heimdall is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla, mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Heimdall ever really existed, but they are wrong.
Heimdall isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Heimdall are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
Wow. What?
Thank you, Rhetoric. So wait, you mean that he was real?
I mean, even if the man from Heimdall didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
He sounds incredulous.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Heimdall, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting.
Is it interesting? Like, in terms of like interesting neural activity, it seems like the argument that he's making is that if the man from Heimdall is accepted in culture as being real, then he becomes real by people's belief in him. That's not like neurodivergent. I don't know, whatever.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
How much for the shirt?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Couldn't you just give it to me for free?
But why?
I am a broke cop without a cent to my name. Wait, maybe I could repay you in some other way. Maybe he has work.
I deal in goods, not services.
Okay, I do not want to buy the shirt. Okay, so, shirt, no. Hi-fi stereo system, no. Then we got sort of a bookshelf over here.
Rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
Mia, make a note of it, and we'll get the bot up and running and add it then. The last time that the bot wigged out, what we had to do was unhook Streamlabs from everything and then rehook it up, and then the bot sort of woke up and started working again. So we will get it working.
Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
So her, I have to assume, at the very beginning there was a reference to my character's ex-wife. Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
I can't afford anything. Okay, so let's dig up a truly cool figurine in the box underneath the table.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points at the decapitated figurine. Can you dumb that down a bit for me, though?
50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap, too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
You know something? I'm gonna splurge 50 cents on the Headless Fallen Rider and his cap.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
He grins.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
So I'm gonna see if I have new dialogue options. Maybe he can teach me to be less of a... Like, look at my character down here. Less of a weirdo creep. Also, it does look like there's a little white dot down here. I wonder if that's my experience bar. I haven't been paying attention to it. So, I can still inspect the knights in the blue uniforms and the figurines in rags. Sure, why not? Let's start with the knights.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
He looks at the dusty figurines in the dim light.
A long, long time ago.
Let's inspect the blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colors indiscriminately.
Let's inspect the figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers? I think this is a propaganda set where the royalists all look very fancy and the independence fighters are going to look like just a ragtag group of losers.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Mm-hmm. It's meant to give people hope even we can do it. It's clearly not. The contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought not as it ought to be, though. It is impossible to win against the cohorts of capital, ask my friend Gart, whose bitch it made me. And then I wish it was more nuanced. As it stands, I cannot comment. So I don't believe this, but as of these options, so I don't like here where it's meant to be disheartening. That sounds like I'm coming down against the revolutionaries. And generally speaking, if people are fighting, you know, for their own freedom and self-determination, I would want to support that. I don't know very much about this conflict, but I'm not going to. I'm not highly incentivized to be pro power structure when it doesn't seem like things are going very well, and a lot of the people who are pro power structure seem to be openly racist. So I am going to say it's meant to give people hope. I think this is bullshit, but it's the least negative interpretation here.
Maybe.
All right, I think that's everything that I can interact with. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's the door out. All right, let me talk with Kim real quick. At least it's not freezing in here.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Okay, actually, we've got some questions. Would you say that it's a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant considers your question for a moment. Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
God damn it. I had no idea up until this moment who died. A security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. Well, now suddenly the labor dispute happening down the road seems a lot more relevant. It doesn't take to put the pieces together. I was thinking something otherworldly might be involved. No, my character's not a dummy. White male in his 40s, what more do you need? Personally, I was thinking labor disputes are very mysterious. Okay, the case probably isn't mysterious, but could it be sexy? Let's go with white male in his 40s, what more do you need?
I'm relieved that you agree.
He says, then pauses.
He is glad and surprised to see an officer who can appreciate the less than spectacular.
Is there anything else? You look like you were about to say something.
Do you know the feeling when you've begun filling in a crossword, but some of your answers don't quite seem to fit? That's the feeling I have right now, for some reason.
That is a weird reason, because I haven't filled in any of the answers yet. What's a crossword? I know exactly what you mean.
It will turn into quite the puzzle yet, I'm afraid.
If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
Tell me about it.
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
I want to inspect the victim, Kim. I don't know how. I'm a very weak-willed man. Tell me now. It seems relevant.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Okay, I don't feel very comfortable, but literally anything about it, I cannot remember a single thing.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
I know literally nothing about it, only what you told me before.
Do you want me to brief you?
Yes.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why do you think they'd hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
That's a big leap that it was the dock workers, based on what we've heard so far. I do know what the RCM is. Our job here is to find the killer.
That's right.
Okay, that was a secret task, I guess. That's good. I didn't see my bar get any longer, though, so I don't know what that gray dot down is there. Can we go over the preliminary info again? I think this is what we just heard,
You
but...
mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
No thanks.
There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago, the RCM. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings.
Mega cool.
Okay, then. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Good.
Okay, I have not said to him that I can't remember anything. I've actually been faking it. I intend to continue faking it. I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
You're right. What's there to know about a lame binoclard? No thank you. We'll work better if we have some rapport.
That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses. Tell me about that. Is that uncommon in this world? Hopefully not, because it's pretty human to have some sort of vision problem. You don't look like the other people around here. God, my guy. These are not ideas that should come to your head, sir. Like, even if you're thinking that, don't ask him about it. Here's a good rule of thumb in life, okay? Don't make people feel like they stand out or are unwanted based on factors that they cannot control. If a person walks in to a deli wearing a big pink feather boa, it is likely to believe that that person is looking for some attention. And you might comment on that, hey, nice boa, or dude, you just got your boa into my open alcohol drink that I'm drinking here in the convenience store for some reason. Can you please watch where you swing that thing? But if you just see, in this case, a man who appears to be of Asian descent, maybe don't say to him, I happen to notice you appear to be of Asian descent. He is not interested in... Sorry, my character consistently brings up thoughts that I'm like, no, don't. Don't do that. Okay. As Donk says, this rant, we're done. Tell me a secret. My character. Do you ever talk with yourself or with your necktie? Tell me a secret about yourself, Kim.
No.
Good. I'm not going to ask again. Okay.
The lieutenant nods.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's like a memory warehouse, Kim.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic.
Extrinsic.
But this isn't an old school case.
So, how do you tap the side of your head? Are you saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything? Okay, I nod respectfully, so... again, not to rant, but different people process information differently, and just because Kim here doesn't have conceptualization skills and that they're rudimentary doesn't mean that he's bad at his job. He actually seems like a really good wingman for this, so nod respectfully, old school detective.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us.
Okay, it wasn't received in the way that I was hoping.
For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I don't want to say any of these things. I really don't want to say those things.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Okay, I'm gonna say you seem to be following me, but that's because we're partners. At least my character seems to get that already.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
That's very clever. What he's doing is commenting on the fact that because I'm a player character in a video game, I'm going to check all of the containers. I really like that. Why containers? I would just want to see what he's going to say.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
This game has a vocabulary that I don't typically hear in my everyday conversations, including within my own mind. Donk says, I'm going to dip my pink boa in somebody's open alcohol drink, and if they say anything about it, I'm going to ask why they have glasses and if they ever talk to their brain, and also have some racist small talk. Just make sure the open alcohol drink is inside a convenience store, because we want to make sure that we have the entire vignette there, make it quality. Okay. So I learned a lot, mostly that I really should have been talking to him a lot earlier. So we do have the figurine. Okay, so there is no like pawn setting here. It's just, I guess, certain things can be pawned. How do you know what kind? I guess all of these things can. So I know how to get a little bit of extra money if I need it. So track down your gun, keep looking, maybe somebody else knows something about that. And the pissing competition. Apparently there was a pissing match between Precinct 41, yours, and Precinct 57's, Kim's. Ask him about this after the initial inspection of the dead body is done. I don't know how to inspect the body. You know what I should do? I should probably just fail the stench check, and then Kim will offer to do it. I bet it's because I look at it and it's got a 3% chance, and I think to myself, there's no way that's gonna follow, that's gonna track. Well, let's fish through the garbage here real quick. Oh, fingerless gloves, +1 electrochemistry. Okay, hold on. So I have +1 interfacing, but now I can switch that out for +1 electrochemistry. I'm gonna do that. Here we go. Water lock out of order until Wednesday at 7:15. And today's Monday? Do I know what day it is? I think I saw somewhere that it's Monday. Am I crazy? Isn't it Monday? Anyway, it'll come up eventually. It's day 1, but I thought it was Monday. Okay, let's talk with this guy who wants Barry.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
Okay, well, I can ask him what he's doing here, but it's pretty clear that he's eating salami and trying to think of a way or wait for a way for his friend to join him. So I'm not going to ask him that first. Do you know what caused this wreckage? Point at the smashed billboard in the canal.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
So do we think this is the vehicle that smashed the fence back at the Puddin' Pie or whatever it's called?
The words Daredevil driver sound ominous to you?
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
I wouldn't mind some salami, but do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
He thinks for a moment.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
All right, can I have some salami?
Sure thing.
He cuts off a slice of salami.
It is salty. It is savory. It is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
Want some too, officer?
He turns to the lieutenant.
Why not?
The lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment, then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. Bye. Oh wait, there's an electrical box here. I'm gonna F5 this before I touch it.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Also, as Donk says, I love the stats in this game. Yeah, they're really clever that it's like all of these different aspects of of a person's mind and body. And I think that that's a really interesting way to build an RPG. This feels like a more thorough, but like I want to say a more thorough version of what was attempted in the Council, but this game also has a very different scope, so that's not a knock against the Council, but I like the idea of a narrative game, or in this case, a straight-up RPG, that is... I don't foresee a lot of combat in this. I think it's going to be a lot of problem solving, like an adventure game that's also a narrative game, and I think that's very cool.
This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna F5 it, because if this permanently smashes this gate...
The rusting control panel. This panel usually closes. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Release the lever.
A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
All right, see, now I'm glad that I hit that. New task, close the waterlock on Wednesday.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Perception sight. Apparently I'm able to see the sign directly in front of my own face, which is why it was a trivial success. Okay. Let's see. So, another thing that's interesting is that I can't scroll the camera at all. So, it's not like I can look across the river and see that person. So, this is all new, I think. I definitely, you know something? I want to go try to inspect the body and fail that 3% check, but if I don't do this now, I'm going to forget that I didn't do it. A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Then we got this box down here.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Can I rummage through the box?
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
Also, Donk is saying, oh god, you never accept back alley salami if the number one is the number one rule of detectives. Damn it! That's why I've been doing so poorly. I've been eating all the salami I can find.
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
All right, it is 42%. Seems a little low. Let's give it a shot. Try again. Maybe you can find some interesting sunglasses in the box.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, Kim, are firefights something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
He says, looking up from his browsing.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
I do feel like a bright green, googly-eyed visor is the thing that I'm missing. And I gotta tell you, I would get +1 perception by wearing that. The only trouble is that it would take most of the money that I have. Let me try on the shades that he recommended.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
I don't like the sunglasses. They sound very uncomfortable.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
All right, so maybe someday I can put skill points into conceptualization and get good sunglasses. But not right now. All right, so yeah, there's a box behind him.
You see 2 lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra series.
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Speaking of luxury, you should go over and ask about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
All right, let's inspect the sneakers.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. Found ultra. Wear the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine?
Okay, it's gonna be a very long time before I'm dropping $50 on used sneakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Okay, I already looked at those.
Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market.
Okay, I'm not gonna buy the Samaran speakers, but...
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Lo-fi socialist junk.
Lo-fi socialist speakers, eh? Now, I don't need some speakers. That's why I want them. I think I might be a lo-fi socialist junk myself. You're right, I don't have time for junk. I lead a luxury life. See, if I say that I lead a luxury life, he's just gonna raise his prices on me, so...
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
Well, maybe I do deserve something better than that.
You do, officer, you do. Remember, we don't have to resort to socialism. We can have nice things too, at socialist prices.
He pats the boxes tenderly. Wait, I got an insight here.
Psst.
Look around.
Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Is that word on the street? How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Hey, I've only said sodomize the landowners once. Wasn't on stream at the time. Let's see. All right, that sounds like me. I haven't said anything like that. I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those. Okay. That sounds like the most accurate thing here.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Yes. Question 1. What the hell are you talking about rhetoric? Well, I'm definitely opting in. I think that what we're discussing here is a brand new thought process. Wait, first, what's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Really? Okay. Failure?
Yes. Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished. Beaten. Curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
I want to remind everyone that I was looking at a set of used sneakers a minute ago.
Now get to work, comrade.
Opt in. I like at least having the option. Now, for all I know, if you say opt out, then I'll later have a thought about like being the world's greatest capitalist or I don't know, just being a nihilist or something like that. But shit, why not? Opt in.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
And release the bees. Firing squads, you didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Okay, roll up your sleeves, roll your sleeves up further, and breathe in the pristine air. Okay, Mazovindian socioeconomics. So, I'm not going to stop my current thought process. I've got 4 hours and 30 minutes left on that. So I will lose 2 points of visual calculus, looks like reaction. This takes 3 hours. Communism, commune, So I don't know what the situation is going to bring me. You know, I'm going to wait on this because I can only ponder one thing at a time. But I would love to maybe queue that up right before I go to sleep for the night. And if I could just get that unlocked so that I'm not losing 2 points of visual calculus for a very long time, that would be pretty great.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Donk is saying, yeah, likely story, Carl. Fortunately, it's Carl with a K. Donk, you may not be aware, but the very first game we ever streamed here was Dragon Quest Builders, and in that game, you make a character and you name it, and that character's name was Carl, but Carl with a C. So no one can ever prove that I'm secretly Karl Marx.
How about some premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can do that. Save the economy. That sounds off.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Why exactly does the economy need saving?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
So, like I said, maybe this would unlock the option to want to save mother economy. I don't have children. I think it's just nature. Powerful economics expand. Weak economies go extinct. This economy is really just a distraction from the cultural issues. You know, immigrants and, well, wait, what is this? Is this like, look, I just want to buy some clothes. See, here's the thing. If I wanted to argue that this man's concept of economy is just a distraction from cultural issues, I feel like that might be a choice to make. But then it looks like he's about to launch into some sort of an anti-immigrant screed, and I'm not about that. So I'm going to go with, but I don't have children.
Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to enjoy the economy? Don't let me stop you. Open the box and browse a little.
He points at the clothes. Let's browse through the box. Here's the trouble. I'm not going to buy anything out of the box.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
All right, I've got an almost 60% chance to find something worth salvaging from the pile of rags.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
+1 composure, -1 shivers. I would actually be I would actually put that on. You know, shivers is a different personality quirk. I'd be happy to do without it. I'm not a very sort of like intuitive character, but I can't drop the $4.50 right now. Or I'm choosing not to. Plastic wrapped macaroni stamped with humanitarian aid. This says humanitarian aid tuna fish, not for resale. Yeah, I feel like I know what this guy's all about. Speakers from the people of Samara, and last but not least, food gift from the people of Messina. So this guy is, among other things, taking humanitarian aid food and reselling it. It's super cool. Hot air rises from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. My character takes comfort in the oddest things. Dog says, my name is Carl with a C, Marx, M-A-R-K-S. I am an accomplished capitalist and definitely not a communist, comrade. If I had any facility, any of Mia's facility with accents, I would have done my very best Xenia Onatop accent.
This Postlavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front. A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
I have very little opinion of whether this is a good or bad mail delivery box, so I'm going to pat the box. I don't think the box did anything wrong.
The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there, post-L'Aventure mailbox collection box. Been there. Yeah.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Everyone, I would just like to announce that I have recovered 1 point of morale damage by emotionally supporting a mail delivery box. Honestly, honest to God, not since Indigo Prophecy have I had a game that has such sophisticated relationships with inanimate objects and morale. Bottles inside, I could pick them up if I had a bag. I want a bag so much. So we do have a... Now, have I learned anything at all?
Box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Yeah, nothing. I still don't know who any of these people are or why we're going to call any of those numbers. So, let's just check the journal. Close the water lock on Wednesday. I think it's Monday. I just don't remember where I saw that piece of information. All right, let me just look here. Oh, and because we were talking about shivers, where's that? That's down here. Yeah, so shivers raise the hair on your neck, tune into the city. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that that's not really the type of character that I've made. All right. Now, this is an example of something that I might reload if it is severely detrimental. Everything that I know about how this game and games in general are put together says that I don't want to take this 3%...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Mia said, I honestly thought he said, you shut up and then you swallow. Well, technically the mailbox does something similar to that. Let's see. Boy, that was distracting. So, everything that I know about video games says that I roll this, I lose probably morale points, and I get nothing from it. But Kim wants to take the body down. I'm thinking that if I try and fail, that he might pitch some other idea. I don't know. And I don't want to just be completely stymied by what seems to be the really important linchpin of the entire investigation. So I'm going to click this, but I'm just announcing that if this has some sort of detrimental effect, I may opt to reload out of it, because it seems like a very, very stupid idea.
Is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected, more fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Let it out or try to walk away? Let's let it out.
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Mia says, oh my god, that sound.
The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
I am sorry, cop.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thank you. I don't need your pity. I don't know. I feel like my guy's awfully pitiable, so thanks.
The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
All right. I'm already going to say I'm not going to reload past this because, like, this is we've made progress, and it's progress that I was loath to attempt because I only had a 3% chance of success. Instead, we've got other stuff, including I got like a handkerchief. Do you think ammonia would help? Wait, ammonia to clear my head? Is that a thing? How about just drinking some water and like sleeping off the hangover? You think ammonia would help?
If you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor.
Okay, so this is all new information. Not you?
I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
All right, where do we get ammonia from? And I bet that they would have some inside the cafeteria.
There's the fruit nearby. Maybe they have some in their apothecary. If they don't...
Okay, he points to the greenhouse. So I'm so glad that I did this. Like, this is an example. This is something I've talked with Mia about and others. Sometimes you just... You haven't yet worked out how a game functions, and if I see an option with a 3% success rate, I'm liable to just skip it. Now what I'm learning is that there can be direct value in failing it, because this seems like now it's opened up new options. The game has acknowledged, hey, you can't do this. And who was it? Wings of the Weird, I think, just said, Winds of the Weird, said earlier today, sometimes the failures are going to be a lot more interesting. Yeah, and that's what's happening here. So that's very cool.
There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Okay. So unless I put points in endurance, there'd have to be a lot of points to even try that again. And we'll turn away. All right. Now, there is a... greenhouse. I think this is the greenhouse, but I can't get there from here. It's not that I know of. Yeah. All right. So, let's go here. We probably have some new information. Get ammonia from the gardener or the fruit store. It'll make it easier. Also, Mia's saying ammonia is smelling salts. Right. Like, that would sort of like... Like, it smells so strong and so unpleasant that it sort of, like, shocks you awake, or at least that's what I thought it did. Maybe I've misunderstood how smelling salts work. I guess that would... If you were smelling that instead of the body... I kind of feel like I would smell both, but then again, I haven't had to work with a lot of human corpses, so maybe smelling salts is the way to go. Also, I did get the... Lieutenant's handkerchief. One corner is adorned with lace and a tiny embroidered portiere. Should I put on the thicker gardening gloves? Yeah, if there's any chance I'm going to be holding ammonia, I'm going to put those on. All right.
Hello again, officer.
My partner told you you may have some ammonia. Now remember, we believe that she's keeping an eye on us. That doesn't have to be sinister, but it's one thing to keep in mind. Hey, you might have some ammonia.
Sure. I'm done with it.
She takes a small capsule out of her breast pocket and hands it to you.
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
All right, thanks. I figure the free is going to charge for it. And as far as I know, we're on good terms with that lady. All right, so we've got items. Ampule of ammonia. A thin glass tube wrapped in cotton netting used to treat fainting spells produced by St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. And then here... Get ammonia. Okay. Now, the trouble is, I'm still very weak and have, what's the phrase? Like a very, very anemic constitution. Oh! Wait, he stopped throwing rocks at the body. Kuno, what's up?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Hey, maybe I should try this. I wasn't doing it because it was only 17%. Kuno, I threw up and I can't investigate the body now. Wait, I can... Wait. We're gonna...
Kuno doesn't fucking...
Yeah, Kuno sucks. Everybody hates Kuno. Okay. So, do I need to equip the ammonia, or will it be used automatically? Let me see if I can put it into, like, held R. No? Held L? Can I double-click on it? Doesn't seem to be. All right, let me try interacting with the body, and here's my concern, that this has raised it from 3% to 13%.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Admittedly, ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
By the way, I overestimated. Took it from 3% to 8%. The ammonia didn't help at all.
Nor does the wind right now.
You feel the lieutenant pat your back rhythmically.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
That's interesting, because I'll just let you know, there's nothing that inspires me to feel quite so desirous of a punch than if I'm like you ever have water and it goes down the wrong way, and then somebody comes along, you're like coughing, and they hit you on the back. That never helps me, and it's very irritating. Like, don't do that. It's super weird that that's a thing. You hitting me on the back does not get the water out of my lung, and it just kind of is very irritating. So, I don't know. My character feels different about that. A good vomit makes him feel like being just patted like a dog.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life? This is bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a cop. Can't we do something else? I think I want to solve something else now. Well, I was trying to do that, but I didn't find any new cases. Do it without me. I just can't keep it down. Well, why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, baguette.
You pass your back again. Mia is taking notes about what not to do if I see a Hold on. Now it's happening. I talk too much about it. Hold on. All right. No. Hold on. Different topic. If I'm choking, if it comes to the Heimlich maneuver, I authorize people in the vicinity, especially trained, not pediatricians, what's the word I'm thinking of? Paramedics. You are welcome to break my ribs if it gets my airway clear. It's specifically like, oh dear, I don't know, inhaled part of this burrito and now I'm coughing. Don't hit me in the back. That is unrelated to what's happening. Okay, anyway, pass your back again.
Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
I stepped on his joke, but that was very good. Well, you seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
There's a pause.
A white lie.
Not being hungover helps too.
So, if I say do it without me, I don't mean solve the case. I mean get the... Oh, then again, I guess the issue is, once the body's down, apparently I'm still physically incapable of inspecting it, and that sucks. Do it without me, I just can't keep it down?
No. This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. I need your help.
He withdraws his hand and looks you in the eye.
You need to get your shit together.
But I don't want to get my shit together. Okay.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now. Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Okay. What is this? Volumetric shit compressor. Oh, look at this, 30 minutes. Your shit is apart. and it's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that. Together, compressed in a small area. To achieve a solid level of shit compression, squeeze your butt cheeks together for 30 minutes. Do something similar with the 2 hemispheres of your brain. Talk to people, maybe that will help. So I have a question, and I'm going to save it before I do this. If I stop thinking about rigorous self-critique and start compressing my shit, am I going to lose the rigorous self-critique progress? Because I really don't want to do that. So let's find out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lay down a real save. See, this is just knowing what the mechanics are at all. So I feel empowered. As we've seen, I'm not going to reload past a bad decision, but here I don't know if it's whether it's a decision or not. So we're going to go here. No. Where do I internalize my thought processes? Here it is. All right. So I don't want to see the 29% go away. Oh, there we go. Yes. But I can only have one of these active at a time, right? I think I read that. All right, so this is... If you can have both of them active, then I've already really fucked up this playthrough. Hold on a second. Let me just take a look here. Stop. Stop. Can you have multiples of these running at the same time? God damn it. I think you can have multiples running at the same time. Urgh. That's okay. All right. I didn't lose anything. If that's true, and I'm not yet certain that it is, I could have been doing my rigorous self-critique at the same time that I was considering the long way home. I really thought it introduced you could only do one at a time, but I could be wrong. All right, so we're going to go do something else for 30 minutes while I compress shit.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Hey, Kuno, I can't keep throwing up.
Yeah, like a fucking volcano. Yeah. Fucking pathetic.
You're lucky you didn't die there.
I hate these kids. Maybe you have some advice for me. You're obviously... I really want to say screw the both of you. Maybe you have some advice for me?
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you.
The kid looks to his left, then to his right, and then leans in towards you so that he can say D's nuts.
What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should stop embarrassing yourself in front of a fucking kid.
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non-vomiter.
Sure. Kuno-fied non-vomiter, here I come.
That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again now.
Try it again now.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Okay. Did I actually get some sort of a bonus towards this? Yep, look. It went from 29% up to 30%. Son of a bitch. I could have been doing multiple thoughts.
There he still is.
Oh, no.
Right through you with his white eyes.
Oh,
the
look.
body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Okay, even though I can't try it right now, I do have a +1 for the Kuno-fied non-vomiter. All right. So really, I just have to hang out until like 17:30. I wonder if I should have like tried to stack up the ammonia and the Kuno-fied non-vomiter.
I can't believe it's snowing again.
The young one watches the falling snow in sighs.
It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
All right. I don't have anything new there. I'm going to run down to the Freet and see if they sell ammonia. I'm not going to buy it yet, but I'm just curious if that would have been... Like, I could have stacked up some of those bonuses.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. What's this freet? What magazine are you reading? Yeah, let's start with that. Magazine.
You mean this?
She looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of two girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
What's this fashion police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
Fashion police, not fashion police. Okay. Who's the numero uno guy in there right now? And does he look like this? Point at yourself. Dude, like that at best comes on like a super lame come on to this young woman who kind of seems like she's maybe in college. Maybe. I bet your hat would take the prize. Here's the thing, there's no way that she's wearing that hat by choice. So that's going to come off as sarcastic and insulting. Who's the most stylish in there? It can't be anyone from here.
Benita. She's a model. Usually it's a model. Or a singer-songwriter. Or a model.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Oh shit, Kim, thank you for the reminder. What is this freet?
I don't know. Frit?
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
She puts down her magazine. So, does Frit have a warehouse? Oh, we can ask her about the secret door in the back. It's not really a secret. Do you have any ammonia for sale? So I have a couple questions to ask. First of all, what's the deal with that warehouse in the back?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
Donk is saying, but the hat follows your rules of engagement. What, in like commenting on it? I don't know. If I was forced to wear something, the only thing that I ever wore that was work related that I would wear out of work as well was I used to work at a restaurant where they had us wear these hideously gaudy like summertime outfits, like checkerboard, and they had like pictures of sundaes and milkshakes and hot dogs and stuff on it, and I used to like wear that around during the summertime, ironically, and I actually had a great time with it. But I kind of doubt that she's wearing that hat because she thinks that this weird party hat thing is a great look. Give me something to work with here.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
She turns back to her magazine without waiting for you to respond. I've already bored her. Do you have ammonia for sale?
She looks up from her magazine, eyes filled with tired ennui.
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself.
All right. Apparently I talked to everything in here except her before. Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Did you know the man?
Not really.
So you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
Well, we know it's been there for like a week, which also, they just left a dead body strung up for days.
I don't know, really long.
I don't know why we're asking her what she thinks happened.
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
She scratches her nose. Mia, this woman here has to be another me accent. Disaffected British convenience store worker. This has to be a me accent. Thank you for your help.
Uh-huh.
She brushes a strand of hair off her face and tries to return to her magazine. Can you tell me anything about this reality we're in?
Reality? You mean what reality? Economic reality or?
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the classroom question?
I want to know about the physical reality.
I don't know. What about it?
Well, I know where we are, and I also know what time it is. And we did hear about the revolution. So about the coalition, what's that? Someone told me there is one.
Our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
The fashion article. She taps the magazine on the counter. What is the revolution?
When ordinary people take over the government and demand democracy.
What about the one we had here in Revachol?
Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean.
It doesn't hold up, but one of the funniest things at the age, one of the funniest things that I saw when it was on was it was like a Kids in the Hall style thing, but there was a sketch called B- Time Traveler about a young woman who was traveling through time and had a chance to set right what once had went wrong, but she wasn't very good at this, at history, I mean. So she only had the vaguest of possible facts to assist her, and I looked it up in the years since, and it really doesn't hold up, but at the time I thought it was very, very funny, because so much of time travel stories are based on people who have this incredibly specific knowledge of where they need to be and when and how, and here was someone who's like, I don't know, George Washington, just shoes? Something about shoes. Make sure you have enough shoes.
I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Well, I learned something about the clock then.
We're in Frit
Where are we on a larger scale?
as mankind, or as a nation, or...
As a biological species.
What will her essay prompt be?
Sure, as a nation.
We're in a
She rubs her face thinking.
transition. You know, transitioning from monarchy to democracy, all that stuff.
Okay, I'm not going to bother you with this nonsense anymore. Nonsense. Hyphenated.
Cool.
She seems happy to be returning to her working. So I guess I learned something about reality. All right, I'm going to check this. I don't want to buy...
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, none of these are ammonia.
I don't know. I don't really know what hypnogamma is. I guess it makes...
Okay. Where's the ammonia? She said that there was ammonia here.
Display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both
Alcohol
alcohol
red,
and cigarettes
potent
damage your health.
pilsner, add Astra cigarettes. This is like the rain slickers, right? Yeah. Oh, and this is where this is the bottle exchange. Okay, so I'm not too worried about it, but she made commentary about, oh, you know, we do sell ammonia. I don't see any ammonia in there. All right, before we go, just go over here. All right, we've only got 10 minutes for our what's it called? Hey, lady, you don't have any more ammonia, do you?
I can't believe it's snowing. It felt like springtime just a few
No.
days.
See, this is what concerns me. I can sleep after 2100. That will heal all my health and morale, which is why I haven't been too worried about the fact that I dropped some points. Oh, I never talked to these people either. Hold on a second. I don't think I did anyway. A man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads Wild Pines encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
I don't want to steal that from him. Also, so this is a physical instrument thing. Hold on a second. I think don't I have some clothing that helps me with physical instrument? Yeah. Hold on, let me put that on. That might help. F5 this real quick. I don't know why wearing this tank top is going to...
Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand,
yeah,
you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Hold on, putting on this tank top makes it more likely that I can wake him up. Usually it only helps me with my girl thoughts.
There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
No words, just a primordial scream. I have already alarmed the people in this cafeteria enough, so... I am, for the first time in the entire game, going to shout that I am the law. I am the law!
Why the yelling man?
The 30-something man slowly lifts his head and gives you a pensive look.
Looks like a Sao descendant. A lot of Sao dock workers around.
I really haven't put together what that means yet. You're alive. You looked out for the long count there. I want to see what happened if I yelled. I need you to answer some questions right now. But I don't really. I'm harassing this person. You look like you were out for the long count there.
Wait, what? No, he was just sleeping. What do you want, officer?
See anything interesting in your dreams? Wow. I have a lot of things to ask this man who I just, woke up. He was minding his own business. So, why are you sleeping here while others are out striking?
They got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. Or just getting some sleep. Or was.
Yeah, I don't feel good about this. Who's behind organizing the strike?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
So is there no leader?
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
Let me ask you about Wild Pines, because that's the outfit that he's wearing.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
So how's it going?
How's it going?
The dock worker lets out a big yawn, then stares at the cafeteria terrace doors. Some fingerprints glisten on the glass.
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
It's not really a madhouse. I guess I'll say that. It seems like a semi-tense situation.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers. And they're
Whoops, whoa.
I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
I accidentally clicked there. Alright, did you see anything interesting in your dreams? What an inane question to ask a stranger.
Thank God, no.
Was it a fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred like corpses to a mausoleum? Was it pure nothing, your consciousness no larger than a single grain of malt, which is how the game started? Tell me, was it a bliss free of X somethings? Oh, a bliss free of X somethings. You're right, let's talk about something else. I don't... If this was a line at the beginning, I'm going to do the single grain of malt.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No malt grains or whatever, no poetry stuff, just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
Okay, I can't imagine that he knows or cares anything about the dead body in the yard.
Yeah, what about it?
Do you have many of those? Dead men swinging from trees?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
He respites.
If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
All right, well, tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook.
Hey, we finished, compressing shit.
So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Wait, what did he say that... What? Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Thinks he was a killer? I doubt he'd be hanging out here if he was the one that did the killing, and I didn't pick up on what he said that would make me or my esprit de corps. That's odd. So we're going to point to the bottle and the spilt rum. That's yours?
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
All right, I'll let you sleep.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep. Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Okay, so all endurance white checks have been unlocked. So anything that I previously failed that was endurance, I now get another swing at. Learning cap for endurance was raised to 4. Okay, but, like, I still have, like, an 8% chance of doing it. I need something way... Okay. I'm going to go over there, but if it's not higher than 8%, I don't think that I'm going to do it. Let's remember that we want to talk to this man here. So what both myself and Mia are referencing there in chat is when Mia was playing Heavy Rain, she was hanging out with one of the 4 playable characters. And in Heavy Rain, there's various actions you can take that will cause the characters to sit down and sort of like look around and contemplate. And there's like a thought thing in the game that Mia, like a thought button you could hold down to make the character like bring up what their thoughts were. But Mia decided to editorialize on her own with one of the playable characters. I'm not gonna, she was just sort of sitting down, and Mia made up a little song where she went, just thinking my girl thoughts, leaning forward in my tank top, and you know that I've been wishing on unicorns and kittens, just thinking here with my girl thoughts, just dreaming my girl dreams, washing dishes in my tight jeans. Oh shit, Mia, what was the rest? God damn it. Oh no. Mia went on a real tear with it. It was very funny. And it was just the character sitting on the bed. Oh my God. Her exact phrase was, "If I can't put clothes on you, I'm covering you up." It's in her clips. It's in her clips section, everybody. So anyway, so wait. I don't know how many more options I have. Like, is it a 30-second time or 30-minute timer that I just do over and over and over again? Because otherwise, if the only way past this is to, like, eventually roll lucky or put points into endurance, then I need a better plan than to just try this. Let's look very carefully. No. I don't think... You know what? I was going to say maybe there's some drugs I could take that would increase endurance, but... Alright. Use the interact button. Yeah. Do I have interact anywhere else? No.
It's the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Put skill points into interfacing. Wait, -1 from Lonesome Long Way Home. Was that permanent then? Oh, it was. I guess. Unless I forget it. But if I forget it... Oh, I have to spend a skill point to forget it. Weird. I'm still figuring out the thought cabinet. I'm still learning that. Okay. I don't want to smell the ledger. We're going to put it away. Yes! Mia has the clip up. Okay. I'm going to quick save it again.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Okay.
Written it is all it does now.
Good news, everyone. Not only do I have the +1 for the Cunified non-vomiter, but I also have a +6 from my shit being compressed. I'm legitimately thinking, after everything I've been through, do I want to buy... Hold on. Do I want to go buy the ammonia? Because it's 83%. And you might think to yourself, 83%, why is he going back for the ammonia? Obviously, he's going to make it through, and if he doesn't, he can just reload. But, like, I failed so many times now, and she said that they sold ammonia. I keep almost saying pneumonia. Yeah, if anybody, just in case, like, chat expires and people are watching this in the future, the life of a woman alone in her apartment. That's the clip that we are discussing.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Okay. Yeah, so here's the problem. I do not see...
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Yeah, no, there's no ammonia here. All right. I'll tell you what. This might be a case where I need to reload. Let me just look one more time. I'm so sorry. We're going to go back in there. Like, maybe I can talk to Kim. Maybe Kim will have different things to say in there. Because when we're out in the world, Kim always sort of follows along like he's Mr. Watson. But in some of these interior spaces, he, like, goes and stands at a particular place. Yeah, I don't see anything else to interact with that we didn't click on last time.
Yes?
Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. All right, we'll go try. It's an 83% load. Oh, Mia took another clip of me, of my, impersonation. Is that the right word? Is it getting dark out? I feel like the edges of the screen are more prominently shadowed than they were before. What time is 1700 hours? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 5 p.m., 5:30? Never was good with military time. All right. You know something? I saved it before. We didn't do anything. I'm still going to save it, though. All right, this is it. Everybody, we got this.
There he still
83%.
is, looking right through you.
There's
With his
no
right
way.
eyes, the body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse.
Again.
The corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth.
You will never be able to hold it in. It's always too much.
We don't have his dialogue on here. It said here, every molecule in this body reeks of death. It's still too much. You feel it coming up again.
Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
I failed again. I had an 83% chance and I still failed. This, everyone, is why I don't gamble. And hello to Tashir. Just in case we have limited time with Tashir. Tashir, I have been following along on Twitter. I'm very, very glad that they looked and said, okay, it's time to up the prescription, and that some of the recent health problems have been tracked to that. I hope that you have the good lenses that you want soon, and that for me, even if the situation isn't fully resolved yet, having a clear prognosis on how to get it solved is already a big step forward. And if anybody watching is not certain of what we're discussing, then I would urge you to check out Tashir Games at TASHERRE Games. I want to be careful about what I say here, but you can also check his Twitter feed at Tashir Rizé. And there'll be more details there. Anytime we get into sort of like medical stuff, I want to like allow people the freedom to tell their own story and share the details as they want. I hope the situation improves soon, because we definitely missed out on Division Force today and are very much looking forward to having you back on the stick soon. So, I failed again, even though I got my shit compressed. How is it possible? I can also just cry. How is it possible? How is it possible?
I'm at a loss as well. I could swear your shit was together, detective.
Sometimes even that is not enough. Life is unfair.
What do I do now? Now, I'm leaving open the possibility that I need to reload, but I would rather take my lumps and take the consequences of my various failures.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't going anywhere.
All right, I cannot do it today. So, it is locked. I need to put points into endurance to open this white still track, or possibly do it tomorrow. Will it automatically unlock tomorrow? All right, so here's the way that I'm going to handle that. Even if the body had come down today, what I was going to do was save it there anyway, because it is, yeah, it's 10:30 here. That is a good saving space. Yes, I want to save a new save. Is this a new save? Hopefully it is. Yes, new save. It actually says it right there. I was looking over here, everybody. I wasn't looking over there. All right, save. All right. Now, if it turns out, like, I'm just letting everybody know, if it turns out that I need to get a whole other level and then dump a point into endurance just to try it again, then I'm just going to reload. It was an 83% chance. Hopefully it's not like pre-baked in that the roll will come out the same until I roll on something else. However, if I just need to basically make it through the end of the day and then I can try again tomorrow, then I will take that as part of our playthrough. Like, what if that's the thing that happens here, that I have to keep retrying and retrying until someday I make it? That is its own story that could be worthy of exploration. So we'll see how it goes. So tune in for our next episode. If I have one final thought on Disco Elysium, I would expect this to be a highly focused playthrough until it's not. Like, tomorrow we might wind up doing some Uncharted 3, but I feel like this, if we're going to continue with this, and I am inclined to do so, if we're going to continue with this, it by definition has to be sort of the big focus playthrough, because there's so much detail to this that I'm going to forget who's who and who we talk to and what we intend to do next if we go for too long between episodes. So to the extent that we're going to continue this, there's going to be a lot of Disco Elysium, I think, until we're not playing it anymore. And I'm inclined to make this a full playthrough because I've been very, very enchanted by what we've played so far. On the way out, I can't think of anybody to do a focus shout out for than Tashir. We started to talk about him a short time ago. I don't know if it's been announced if he's going to be streaming for Division Force tomorrow, but whenever it is that he returns to streaming, I definitely hope that you will check him out at twitch.tv/TashirGames. In recent weeks, he has been playing Division 2 on the weekends and also Metro 2033 Redux during the week, which I was all set to congratulate him on what I thought had been a complete playthrough, and it turns out that he has encountered a game-breaking bug that prevents him from finishing the game. And that is very, very unfortunate. I don't know hardly anything at all about the Metro games, except that the ending of 2033 inspired a lot of conversation between some podcasters that I was listening to at the time. I don't want to over or undersell it. It was just, there was a lot of conversation about it at the time, and I was very much looking forward to seeing what Tashir's thoughts would be after he had finished the whole thing. And it appears, yeah, he plans on being back tomorrow, he does say. So if you are watching this in real time, twitch.tv/TashirGames, usually starting, 8, 9 a.m. Eastern time. But definitely, get it on and check it out, whether it's Titanfall 2 or Division Force tomorrow. It'll be a very good time because it always is. But yeah, game-breaking bug, and that is very, very frustrating because 2033 and 2033 Redux are not new games. So the fact that he has apparently hit an established and known bug is triply unacceptable. And I say that from the perspective of somebody who encountered a game-ending bug when I tried to play through Little Hope with Mia. Without saying anything about the content of the game and about the 90% playthrough mark, we hit a bug that is non-solvable, and we cannot get the game to continue beyond a particular cutscene, and we tried a variety of things. That's very frustrating, and it's really put us off trying to play additional games from that studio. Not because we don't like it, but because who wants to spend money on a game that you can't finish? And it wouldn't, I will let Tashir speak for himself, but how are you supposed to feel incentivized to go ahead and play the next Metro game in the series when you couldn't finish the preceding one? Whether or not it has a bug like that, the company has communicated a lack of interest in providing a quality experience with people that spend money on your game. It's just very frustrating to me. And I don't get real table poundy about consumer rights and stuff very often, but this seems like a case where you'd want to do it, right? Anyway, we're going to end it here and find somebody fun to raid. And you know what? I think that we will be able to do that while I'm still talking, because this is a PC game. So it's actually much easier to get over here, even if we're alt-tabbing out. So I vote that we will throw... I'll tell you what, yeah, let's... Oh, gosh. Let's... Oh, you know who's on? Mia, is King Purpose on? I think that he is, based on the fact that Haseo is watching right now. But let's go take a quick look. I would love to throw a raid his way. It appears that he's not on? No. I think I must be missing, the underscore or something.